orders, which will be enforced by this chair. I take this opportunity to extend welcome to all members of the Honorable House, the members of the media, or visitors in the gallery, and to the many Jamaicans joining us online and through the various broadcasting platforms. For the record, Clerk, I'm going to ask that you do call of the roll before I continue with my opening statement. Call of the roll.
Mr. Clark.
Here.
Mr. Green.
Present.
Dr. Holness. Dr. Chang. Mrs. Williams. Mr. Bartlett. Ms. Grange. Dr. Tufton. Mr. Mackenzie. Mr. Montague. Mr. Vaz. Mr. Chuck. Mr. Charles Jr. Mr. Morgan. Ambassador Marks, Mr. Samuda, Dr. Wheatley, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Terrelong, Mr. Witter, Mrs. Dalrymple Filbert, Ms. Morrison, Ms. Lee, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mr. Main, Ms. Crawford, Mr. Delroy Williams, Ms. Hamilton, Mr. Sivright, Mr. Azan, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Golding, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Ms. Jess, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mrs. Miller Bennett, Mr. Morris, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Vaz, and Mr. Wilmington. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, before we proceed with the business of the House, I wish to address the events which occurred during last Tuesday's sitting. I do so not to prolong controversy, but because some moments require more than silence. They require reflection, they require correction, and they require us as members of this honorable House to remind ourselves, and indeed the country, of the standards by which Parliament must conduct itself. Last Tuesday, during the committee stage of the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Bill, the Honourable Member of St. Andrews South West removed the mace from its place in this chamber. The member was named under the standing orders, ordered to withdraw, and the House took a decision in relation to her suspension for the remainder of the sitting. Thereafter, the leader of opposition and other members of the opposition engage in a standing protest and chants in open defiance of the authority of the chair and the order of the House. The record will speak for itself, but I must speak to what the moment means, because what occurred was not simply a breach of order by one member. It was a wider challenge to the authority of the chair and the orderly conduct of the House. The mace is not a decoration. It is not a prop. It is not an object to be used in protest. It is the symbol of the authority of this House. It represents the authority under which we meet, debate, disagree, vote, and make laws on behalf of the people of Jamaica. So when the mace is interfered with, the issue is not simply about an object being moved. The issue is whether the authority of the House itself is to be respected. That is why this moment cannot be reduced to political theater. It is not about government or opposition. It is about whether this parliament, which belongs to the Jamaican people, will be allowed to conduct the people's business with order, dignity, and respect. Members, values and attitudes matter. Only today, many of us participated in Read Across Jamaica Day. We went into schools, read to children, encouraged them to learn, to listen, to reason, to respect themselves and others, and to become responsible citizens. What then is the example we set for those same children when we look at the parliament of their country? If a student believes that a teacher has been unfair, do we encourage that student to disregard the teacher, disrupt the class, seize what does not belong to them, and refuse to follow instructions? Or do we teach the student that there are proper avenues to raise concerns, challenge a decision, and seek redress? Of course, members of this House are not regarded as students, but the same principle applies here. A member may disagree with the chair. A member may disagree with a ruling or even believe that the process is unfair. But the answer cannot be disorder, defiance, or contempt for the institution. The standing orders itself provides the avenues by which members may raise objections, seek clarification, challenge procedures, move amendments, divide the House, and place their disagreement on the record. Those rules exist not to silence members, but to protect every member, including those in the minority. Order is not the enemy of democracy. Order is what makes democracy possible. That is true in this House, and it is true in ordinary life. In any meeting, whether it be board, citizens association, church, committee, a school body, or a community organization, there must be a chair. There must be an agenda. There must be rules. There must be order. If every person decides that they will only follow the rules when they agree with the chair, then no meeting can function. No business may be completed and no decision can be trusted. The same is true in this chamber, but with far greater consequence. The rules of this House were not created for the convenience of any one speaker, any one government, or any one opposition. They are a part of a long parliamentary tradition shared across Commonwealth jurisdictions and reflected in the standing orders under which we all serve. Members may wish to modernize them, Members may wish to review them. That is their right. But until they are changed by proper process, they bind us all. Many parliaments across the Commonwealth, including republics, continue to use the maize or similar types of symbols to mark the authority of the legislature. The point is not whether Jamaica is a monarchy or a republic. The point is that every parliament must have a symbol, rules, and practices that mark the seriousness of the work being done. To ridicule those symbols, while benefiting from the authority they represent is neither principled or helpful. I am particularly mindful of the sentiment expressed by some that an indigenous object which reflects and gives expression to our Jamaican identity is desirable. That process, however, requires constitutional reform and consensus. But let me hasten to point out, the events of last week were not merely about symbolism. At the center of our focus should be whether we are prepared to conduct ourselves with discipline and regard for rules. We, as a parliament, cannot promote indiscipline, misconduct, and then require discipline of Jamaicans from all walks of life, including our children. However, some have sought to turn the issue into one concerning the maize and other colonial past. Regarding that narrative, I will state briefly. Public records will reflect that during the life of the last parliament, the executive arm of the state had moved to adjust the constitutional requirements and arrangements, but required consistency and consensus with the opposition. That wasn't achieved. Hence, the process has not advanced. I am of the view that the majority of members of both sides of the House conduct themselves appropriately and with discipline. The majority. However, I note attempts by a few to subject the office of the Speaker of the House to ridicule and to be generally undisciplined. I note attempts by few to subject the office of Speaker in the past, and more so in the present, to constant indiscipline. In the spirit of proceeding with the business of the House, I have many times in the past ignored personal disrespect from a few members of the opposition, including derogatory, subtle references, slurs, and disrespectful posturing. However, let me clearly indicate today that my resolve to ensure discipline prevails in the House of Representatives is unshaken and will never be deterred. I will not be discouraged by any public sentiment, any public commentary, or personal attack from ensuring that a legacy of discipline prevails in the Parliament of Jamaica. With that being said, let me also say this clearly. The primary focus should not be on the occupant of the chair. Speakers will come and speakers will go. Governments will change. Oppositions will change. Members will come and members will go. But the authority of the House must remain. When the chair gives a direction, it's not a personal request. It is a direction issued under the authority of the House. If the authority is disregarded, the institution is weakened. It is repeatedly tested and no consequence follows. And when that is done, disorder becomes normalized. This was not the first occasion on which the conduct of this nature has tested the authority of the chair by the same member. On or around March 5, 2026, the member rose from her seat and boisterously declared that you want me to behave like a virago, me I go behave like a virago, end quote. Restraint was exercised in the hope that the matter would not be repeated. No action was taken. But restraint must never be mistaken for permission. Patience must never be mistaken for weakness, and silence must never be mistaken for acceptance. The conduct displayed last Tuesday was absolutely unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable by the member, the leader of the opposition who led the stand-up, and the opposition. It was unacceptable not because of who occupied the chair, but because of what the chair represents. It is unacceptable because it undermines the very order of the House, the dignity of the parliamentary proceedings, and the respect due to the institution through which the people's business is conducted. Members, robust opposition is not only permitted in the chamber, it is actually necessary. Debate must be vigorous. Scrutiny must be serious. The minority must, yes, be heard, but dissent does not become stronger when it becomes disorderly. It becomes weaker because it abandons the very rules that protect the respect to dissent. No member is above those rules. No grievance places a member above the authority of the House. No political disagreement justifies conduct that teaches the country, and especially our children, that bad behavior is acceptable once a person believes their cause is right. That is not the standard. I am asking members to respect the chair, respect the standing orders, observe them. Members who disagree with rulings or with process must use the proper parliamentary avenues available to them. To the people of Jamaica, I say, you are entitled to expect better from this House. You are entitled to expect members to disagree without degrading the institution. You are entitled to expect passion without disorder, protest without contempt, and leadership without spectacle. The Parliament belongs to you. Its dignity is your dignity. Its authority exists to serve you. And when the authority is treated casually, the injury is not to the Speaker alone. The injury is to the institution and to the people in whose name we sit. Each of us must therefore decide what example are we setting and what do we leave. We can leave behind a parliament weakened by disorder, spectacle, and disregard for authority. Or we can leave behind a parliament strengthened by discipline, restraint, respect for the rules, and make democracy a possibility for Jamaica for all future to come. I choose the latter. I invite every member of this House to do the very same. House Leader.
My mic is on. Yes.
So this is the first in following the rules and order of the House. I heard you. I have made an opening statement. Many in the public do not understand the procedures in Parliament because we misrepresent those procedures. On our agenda next is the House Leader. He speaks next. That is the order of the House.
Madam Speaker, we will move straight to public business where we will continue the sectorial debates today. We expect to have two contributions from the Minister of Transport, Telecommunications and Energy, the Member of Parliament for Portland Western, the Honourable Darrell Vaz, and a contribution from the Member of Parliament for St. Andrews Southwestern, Dr. Angela Brown-Burke. Could we go straight to public business? We will recommit the other matters on the agenda after, when we suspend the sectorial debate.
The question is that we suspend the item on the standing order and go directly to public business. The question to the floor?
Mr. Speaker, yes, they speak.
There's a question on the floor first. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Public business.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker earlier made a very substantive statement, and I think it does require the kind of reflection that she has indicated. Madam, Mr. Speaker, a point of order.
Point of order. The Speaker makes a statement. Then none of us can respond to a ruling or statement. You don't. You are here long enough. You know better than that. Not because you're getting whole and cripplix. You know better than that. You. No. Mr. Speaker, the Speaker made a ruling, so spoke. None of us can respond to what the Speaker says. You find some other agenda item to say. Fitz, shut your mouth. You know you're talking nonsense. You know better than that. Mr. Speaker, I said she made a statement. The member knows better than that. You can't respond to the Speaker's statement. There's another. You can find an item to respond, but you can't respond to a Speaker's statement. You cannot.
Madam Speaker, the member from Portland Western is ready for us to proceed to the sectorial. Yeah, but there, that's...
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me just start by saying that nothing is going to spoil my presentation this afternoon. Permission to speak from a seat other than my own. Permission to speak
My apologies.
from a seat other than my own.
Permission granted, Minister.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said before, I won't allow anybody or anything to spoil my presentation of substance this afternoon. Madam Speaker, first of all, before I start, let me just say how saddened I am on learning of the passing of my colleague, Member of Parliament, Minister, and Deputy Treasurer of the Jamaica Labour Party, Mr. Leslie Campbell. On behalf of my family and myself, I wish to pay condolences to his family, entire family. I'm sure that he will be dealt with according to House rules. I rise today in this honorable House with gratitude and a deep sense of responsibility as we chart the path forward for the critical sectors under my portfolio: energy, transport, and telecommunications. These sectors are the backbone of our national development, driving innovation, strengthening connectivity, and improving efficiency in service to the people of Jamaica. Before I begin, I pause to acknowledge those whose support make this possible for me. I want to thank the Almighty for the strength to serve the people of Jamaica. To my dear and awesome wife, Anne-Marie, my children, 5 grandchildren and climbing, family, and friends, partner with United Oil and Gas, hopefully in due course. So I remain hopeful and cautiously optimistic. Let me put it no further than that. So further to developments in April this year, the latest updates from the ongoing exploration activities continue to support a cautiously optimistic outlook, while underscoring the need for careful, evidence-based progression at each phase of the process. The government remains measured in its approach, recognizing that any discovery would require significant investment, probably 60 to 80 million US to drill one well, and we would have 14, rigorous environmental safeguards and a clear regulatory framework to guide development. Importantly, this initiative is being pursued in a balanced manner, ensuring that exploration efforts align with Jamaica's national commitment to environmental protection. Madam Speaker, the Generation Procurement Entity has launched the largest renewable tender ever undertaken in the Caribbean, initially comprising of 220 megawatts of renewables, paired with 110 megawatts of battery storage. Madam Speaker, building on a strong market interest and the Government of Jamaica's commitment to accelerating the energy transition, this has now increased this number to 300 megawatts of renewable energy and 150 megawatts of battery storage, with a tender scheduled for August 2026. This builds on the 100 megawatts of solar capacity awarded in 2024, bringing total renewable additions to 400 megawatts. Taken together, these investments represent a decisive step toward enhancing energy security, reducing exposure to global oil price volatility, and advancing Jamaica's transition to a more resilient, sustainable, and diversified energy mix. In parallel, the government is advancing an additional 100 megawatts of distributed renewable energy through a strengthened net billing program, empowering households and businesses to generate their own electricity. The net billing program terms of reference has been completed and is being modernized through the introduction of a fully online application platform expected to be operational later this year. This platform will support the acceleration of net billing. Additionally, discussions have started with the Jamaica Public Service to increase the net billing threshold and to incorporate battery storage into the program. The ministry is also reviewing license fees and system capacity limits of 10 kilowatts for residential and 100 megawatts for commercial systems with mandated battery storage, including the integration of battery storage to better support modern energy needs such as electric vehicle charging. Jamaica currently generates about 15% of its electricity from renewable sources. Ongoing and planned projects are expected to add roughly 35 percentage points, helping the country reach its 50% renewable energy targets by 2030, not only in Jamaica, but also the Caribbean. Madam Speaker, let me just remind you that it was originally 30% by 2030, and the Prime Minister in a meeting gave a directive that we must move it from 30 to 50, which is a very ambitious target, but of course he has the right minister to get it done. Madam Speaker, structural reforms are advancing in parallel. The power wheeling regulations have been completed and gazetted, with final discussions underway to settle the tariffs and billing arrangements, so implementation can begin shortly. This will allow more participants to access trade electricity across the grid. At the same time, the updated national energy policy, along with the supporting action plan and sub-policy, is being finalized for submission to Cabinet. I'm happy to say that I signed that submission today before coming to Parliament. This policy sets a clear pathway towards a modern energy system that is secure, reliable, affordable, and sustainable. It addresses key national priorities, including expanding access to the remaining 5% of Jamaicans without electricity, improving system efficiency, maintaining affordability, and strengthening resilience to natural disasters. In practical terms, Madam Speaker, this is about building an energy system that works for the Jamaican people, one that reduces cost over time, supports economic growth, and protects us from external shocks. Madam Speaker, on restoration, The response to Hurricane Melissa stands as a strong example of national resilience. With the support of 18 Carolec partners, Jamaica restored electricity to 98% of its customers within 3.5 months, improving to 99.6 as of April 20th, 2026. Full restoration is on track for April, except in cases where customers cannot yet safely receive power. Madam Speaker, this program did not happen by chance. The $150 million loan approved in December was critical in accelerating recovery and avoiding a scenario where restoration could have stretched into late 2026 or even early 2027. Madam Speaker, there has been a lot of flip-flops surrounding the speed and accountability. I went back to the Hansard to remind this Honourable House of what the leader of the opposition said in November 2025 in regards to the JPS loan. Here is what he said from Hansard. I would like your assurance, Minister, that the $200 million will be coughed up by JPS, perhaps by its two large overseas shareholders, Maribyrnong and East West Power, Korean government, South Korean government, own large utility, or JPS is going to draw down on whatever funding it can raise from its creditors. I don't know how they plan to fund it, but we need to know it's funded before we put in our $150 million in. Madam Speaker, he went on to state that it's a risk we are not prepared to take as a country. Thankfully, Madam Speaker, the results of September 3rd installed a government that knows how to dance in the rain. A government capable of assessing risk and responsibility. Those are his words, Madam Speaker. The other member of the opposition, including the member from St. Catharines Southeastern, in a statement filled with more flaws than ours, said we should measure opportunity cost of fast-tracking the restoration by providing a loan to the JPS.
Minister, hold a moment, please. Leader of the opposition, quick question. Are you standing on a point of order? All right. Opposition leader, you know our practice in respect of point of order. I am going to allow you to go ahead. I'm going to recirculate what really is a point of order. Opposition leader, I am sure you appreciate with the discipline that we would like to instill going forward from both sides of the House, that between points of order and what we normally treat as a point, I can actually have this discussion when somebody on the government side rise to their feet. You know, it really doesn't matter who is on their feet. So it has nothing to do with the opposition leader. All right? It is a general statement for us in the parliament. So a lot of what we call point of orders are actually interruptions because of other reasons, clarification, disagreement. Points of orders are not to be used in that way. And therefore, when you stand on the basis that we usually use, it is only if the member chooses to sit and allow you to continue that you continue. It is not the speaker, opposition leader, it is not the speaker who gives you the authority to do so. Only on genuine points of order does the speaker or the chair gives authority. And for those who are grumbling in the House who refuse to learn, for those grumbling in the House who refuse to learn, I have no challenge because I will continue to apply the rules and the standing orders. So, thanks for your patience, opposition leader. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order. The Minister has selectively quoted an excerpt from Hansard, which, to make a point, which is misleading the House. Those comments that I made were in the context of his own representation to the House, that the necessary financing to fix the problems that the hurricane had caused on the grid was 350 million US. And my point simply was, if it's 350 million US, how are you going to finance that? To draw down on a portion of it, which was inadequate to do the job, was imprudent. That's the point I made, and to put it in any other way is misleading the House.
Clock.
Your mic was not on, Minister. Hold on a moment, Minister.
This is a point of order on which I rise. If the member will yield. Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition rose on a point of order. What is your ruling, Madam Speaker?
Well, you know already, Prime Minister, this is not a point of order.
What order of the House of debate was breached?
No.
If the Leader of the Opposition continues
not
to
a point of order.
use the point of order to disrupt debates, Madam Speaker, that is an abuse of the rules of the House. So, Madam Speaker, I ask you to rule on whether or not the point raised by the Leader of the Opposition breached any rules of debate in the House.
No, it does not, Prime Minister. So members who are grumbling prior, the reason I made sure to state this is exactly that. Please read Standing Order 34. Minister, I apologize for breaking your stride in your presentation. Minister, I'm asking you to sit because Minister, I'm asking you to sit. You will get your time. We'll go into that next, Member Campbell, so we can go down that road after. So, Standing Orders 34 speak to interruptions. Interruptions subject to the provision of Standing Orders 26, 38, and 39, which speaks to privilege motion, closure of debate, and previous questions. A member shall not interrupt another member except, and this is the challenge that we have been having, persons believe that you can interrupt, that you can shout, chair, 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 and you must be heard. Persons believe that you can speak without your mic being turned off. You are not based on the standing orders, not based on what accords across the Commonwealth. Some members, it says except by raising a point of order, which is what we use, whereupon the member speaking, for those who choose not to listen, respectfully, I am asking you to at least allow those who would like to hear to do so. Subject to the provision, a member shall not interrupt another member except by rising to a point of order, whereupon the member speaking shall resume his seat, and the member interrupting shall simply direct attention to the point of order which he desires to bring to notice. No, what we do, we actually make a statement that the person mislead, and then we go and have a debate about what they have misrepresented. That has been our practice. So it's not what was done by our opposition leader. Members, could I finish? To the point which he desires to bring to notice and submit it to the Speaker or Chair for a decision or breach of rules. Now, another interruption can be done. It is not a point of order. This interruption is to elucidate some matter raised by the member in the course of a speech. Elucidate, which is, if you're asking, could you explain because I'm not understanding? But only if the member, for those on the opposition benches who refuse to listen, I hope it is appreciated when the standing orders are followed, that it is the standing orders that rule the House. So if you do not understand the rules, I will not continue to argue. Members, to elucidate some matter raised by that member in the course of his speech, but only if the member speaking is willing to yield. So our practice of just point of order, and then we use it as a mechanism to break the stride of someone speaking, to have them divert from their presentation to give a long soliloquy teaching. It is not supposed to be done by any side. No problem. So until we learn what is a point of order, and you think it is actually very sweet to continue what you are doing, you will know it was not a point of order, and we will get there. Minister, I'm going to give the extra time, Minister, and we continue. No. That was the statement made before. Turn your mic on, please, Minister.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to know that I'll get back the time. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, that I invite every member here to look at Hansard in relation to that particular day and that particular speech. And what you will get from it is the fact that the $150 million that this government dispersed to JPS through a loan would never have been done if that side was where we are today in government. Absolutely not. And without fear of contradiction. And to add to that what I just said a while ago is that what would have really happened is that you would not get restoration until the end of this year into 2027. And it's not me say so, it's JPS who has said so. So again, Madam Speaker, I say that good decision was made by the cabinet of the country. Madam Speaker, other members of the opposition, including the member from St. Catherine Southeastern, in a statement filled with more flaws than ours, said we should measure the opportunity cost instead of fast-tracking the restoration by providing the loan to JPS. I say to the people of Western Jamaica, had we listened to the opposition then, you still would all be out without light and water for several more months to come. On that note, Madam Speaker, the initial JPS timeline for restoration without JPS, without the $150 million loan, was October to December 2026, which has been revised. And let me state for the record, the utility provider estimated that without the loan, restoration to many of the communities that opposition members are complaining about would have been delayed to approximately January to June 2027. I'll soon give you some better details. Madam Speaker, let me make it abundantly clear that this government...
Minister, I'm very sorry to be breaking you again, because I made the effort to use the time to explain how point of orders work. Let me again make a formal ruling. A formal ruling. My ruling is no point of order was raised by the leader of the opposition. No point of order was raised by the leader of the opposition. No rule of the House was broken. Now, because we keep having this discussion, and I would like to give the opposition as much latitude as is possible, since we continue to abuse and refuse to obey what is a point of order, I will ask the member to approach the bench so that I can understand what it is that he's being, yes, very much so, which the standing orders permit.
Honestly, there are so many new persons in the house who could benefit from what the speaker is saying about different things. And we don't want to listen, we don't want to hear. I don't know everything in the book, you know. I don't know everything in the book and how we've been practicing certain things. It's wrong. At least let me hear. You just come. I would like to hear what she's saying. You just come. Make me hear. Make me. Let's hear what she's saying. So let's learn. That's the point. That's the point. Let's learn together. That's the point. Let's learn. Let's learn. Because I can't hear these people.
Tanya?
Member Smith, a moment of your time, please. Members, in the interest of time, I am going to ask the member. I'm going to ask the member from St. Andrew Northwest to take the chair while I spend some time in discussion with the opposition members. Thank you, members. Please accept my excuse.
Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me borrow a phrase used by the Prime Minister in his budget presentation. Ain't nobody going to break my stride. None at all. None at all. I notice, Mr. Speaker, how calm I am. It's against my personality. But I know the ploy, and I want to give the people of Jamaica the good information that they are looking for from a good government, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me make it abundantly clear that this government has provided no further funding to JPS outside of the $150 million. And not only has electricity been restored to over 99% of Jamaicans, but critical infrastructure, including water, ATM service, hospitals, and other critical services, were restored as well. But it gets better, Madam Speaker. As of this morning, May 5th, the number of customers without power across Jamaica is 1,343. So we are now at 99.81%, Prime Minister. The parish breakdown for remaining customers is Westmoreland, 1,283, St. Elizabeth, 60. Of the remaining customers to be restored, approximately 40%, 538, are not ready to receive power safely due to property-related damage, leaving approximately 805 customers who can receive electricity service still to be restored. Remaining work has been severely impacted by difficult terrain, limited access to remote areas, adverse weather, and challenging ground conditions, which continue to slow the progress. The final phase of restoration will proceed at a measured pace with smaller daily gain. Madam Speaker, JPS restoration performance after Category 5, Melissa, has been nothing short of outstanding. When you benchmark with other utilities, the data shows clearly that JPS's performance is nearly twice as good as its peers in other developing countries, and almost on par with the best-in-class utilities in developed countries with far more resources. Let us step back a moment and compare our post-Melissa experience here in Jamaica with Puerto Rico after they got hit by Category 4, Hurricane Maria in 2017. Puerto Rico, as you know, is a little smaller than Jamaica, but has GDP 7 times of Jamaica and the support of the United States of America. Here in Jamaica, 2 months after we got a direct hit by a Category 5, 90% of JPS customers had electricity. In Puerto Rico, 2 months after it was hit by Hurricane Maria, 40% of their customers had electricity. It took Puerto Rico almost a full year to get electricity back to 99% of their customers after Hurricane Maria. JPS accomplished 99% in 4 months. As a 4-month mark, Puerto Rico was at 57%. Here in Jamaica, we can proudly celebrate that the fact, in approximately 6 months after the most devastating hurricane in our record, 99.8% of customers have been restored. As I said, as of today, 1,343 out of almost 700,000 customers are still without power. However, those communities, about 800, are ready to receive supply at this point, and we won't stop until everyone is connected. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I want to pause to applaud the JPS President Hugh Grant and the entire JPS team for a best-in-class restoration performance, which will be a case study by many countries near and far for decades to come. I thank them on behalf of the entire country, and especially those in the hardest hit parishes. Mr. Speaker, the collaboration between a proactive government and JPS has been nothing short of exceptional. And to those naysayers, I simply say, commitment made, argument done. Madam Speaker, there is no time more important than now to strategically position Petrojam with Jamaica's energy future as the only operation Madam Speaker, looking ahead, the government is actively exploring to further optimize Petrojam's role through strategic partnerships, diversification, and potential public-private collaboration. This includes examining cleaner fuel options such as LNG, expanding renewable integration with operations, and aligning with broader climate and sustainability goals. In essence, Madam Speaker, Petrojam is just not a refinery. It's a strategic national asset that must be leveraged wisely to support energy security, economic resilience, and Jamaica's long-term development. Madam Speaker, over the last few years, the ministry has embarked on a program of electricity sector reforms. Recognizing its low capability, the ministry sought and engaged international expertise through the Inter-American Development Bank. In March 25, we engaged the services of Francis Maud Associates to assist with a rigorous analysis and review of the electricity sector, with specific reference to an all-island electricity license and the robust regulation of the sector. This was achieved through funding from the Energy Management and Efficiency Program. Phase 1 was assignment provided a very detailed report outlining a detailed timed plan of action. This report was analyzed and accepted by the ministry and submitted for cabinet decision for the way forward. The position was taken to have a new license, being mindful of citizen welfare and the national interest, specifically lower cost, energy costs to consumers, and a competitive energy price for the industry. The consulting firm was again engaged in November 25 with GOJ funding, and the activities towards an acceptable license continued in earnest. At this point, Cabinet has approved a heads of terms for the new license, which is to be negotiated with JPS subject to the execution of a non-disclosure agreement between the company and GOJ. At the same time, a review of the Electricity Act and the regulatory framework is to be done to give effect to the new license regime. It is to be noted, Mr. Speaker, that as we already outlined, if there can be no agreement with JPS, we will approach the international market to identify a provider. The electricity license negotiation team awaits the signing of the NDA to proceed with the negotiations. At the same time, the process is underway to engage international legal counsel to support the process as the ministry strives to achieve the most efficient and effective process. A white paper for electricity sector reform has been drafted and is now subject to review. Naturally, the white paper will be brought to Parliament as soon as Cabinet approval is obtained. Madam Speaker, obviously, Mr. Speaker, you would understand that in a sensitive time like this with negotiations, I give you an outline, obviously, making sure that it doesn't compromise the negotiations going forward. During the last financial year, the ministry allocated $1 billion, never seen before, to the Jamaica Social Investment Fund under a MOU with the objective of support to energy poverty. This is in addition to the over $200 million allocated to JSIF under the Rural Electrification Program. This is a part of efforts to address non-technical losses and which all members of Parliament are very aware of. Madam Speaker, collectively these investments form part of a broader national strategy to expand equitable access to electricity, address non-technical losses, and improve the quality of life for the vulnerable households, an initiative with which all 63 members of Parliament are very familiar. The National Energy Poverty Reduction and Community Electrification Program, a total portfolio investment of $2.356 billion has been mobilized to support electrification efforts across the island. Key outputs include the wiring of approximately 7,500 households and the establishment of 3,825 grid connections and the construction of some 30 kilometers of pole line infrastructure. Notably, during this financial year alone, over 3,200 houses were wired across both programs, including targeted interventions in disaster-affected communities following Hurricane Melissa. Madam Speaker, for months I sat and listened to members of this House, and by extension Jamaicans at large, being misinformed and misled regarding the reality in the increase in electricity prices. The Member of Parliament from East Kingston and Portfolio quantified the increase as moving from 26 cents to 40 cents, while failing to mention that is largely consequential of the fundamental license restructuring undertaken in 2015-2016 under his leadership and his government. Madam Speaker, these are the facts. The existing license negotiated and implemented by the former minister allowed a significant portion of the electricity system losses to be passed directly on to the hard-working Jamaicans by moving the threshold that previously limited this exposure. Madam Speaker, this decision has increased ratepayers' burden collectively to over 30 billion Jamaican dollars per year, representing approximately 20% of total electricity costs. It also weakened the incentive and accountability of the JPS to effectively contain and reduce system losses. Madam Speaker, the same right of first refusal that he now calls to abolish was in fact introduced by him in 2015. This provision facilitated the non-competitive procurement of over 288 megawatts of thermal generation, along with the floating LNG storage facility. The member is of the view that he can make a mess, leave it behind, and then blame this administration for the suffering it causes the people. I say to the Jamaican people, we know the architect of the current license, but we will get it fixed as committed. In the new license, when combined with rising global fuel prices, these decisions are among the primary drivers of today's elevated electricity costs. Madam Speaker, the implications of the right of first refusal, a legacy of his leadership arrangements, will persist for at least another 15 years, even after the license. Madam Speaker, the comments from the member regarding LED replacement streetlight project are also grossly inaccurate. I must inform the member and the House that this project was completed in April 22. A total of 114,223 high-pressure sodium streetlights were replaced with smart LEDs. Approximately 6,000 are outstanding pending an audit and OUR approval. All new streetlights procured by JPS are smart LED type. Similar, Madam Speaker, the smart metering provisions of 2016 license must similarly be enforced. This project is 99.7% completed since April 25. 2,000 meters are outstanding due to access issues. A total of 698,000 meters have been replaced with smart meters. Madam Speaker, this sector has shown resilience in action. Madam Speaker, I move to the transport portfolio, which remains the largest portfolio within the ministry, spanning land, maritime, aviation services, and continues to play a central role to Jamaica's economic development and resilience in action. We are advancing the revision of the National Transport Policy and Action Plan to support a modern multimodal system that strengthens infrastructure, improves connectivity, enhances safety and security, and advances sustainability. With the support from the United Nations Development Programme, the updated framework is being finalized for submission to Cabinet as a green paper in this financial year. Road safety remains a national priority, and the National Road Safety Policy is updated to reflect current realities and align with the United Nations Decade of Action for Road Safety 2021 to 30. The updated framework will guide targeted interventions to reduce fatalities and injuries while strengthening coordination across Jamaica. Prior to my assumption of this portfolio, there was no allocation from traffic fines towards road safety efforts. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to announce the approval of a 5% allocation to the Ministry of Transport of traffic fines, and for last year, April 25 to March 26, $155 million was allotted to the Ministry of Energy, Transport and Telecommunications, which will be used specifically to bolster national road safety efforts, including a sustained campaign, national public relation and education campaign. It works out to about $13 million a month, and some of these funds obviously will go a far way in putting together a public education campaign and behavioral change interventions across the country. Madam Speaker, through sustained partnership among the Transport Authority, the JCF, and Island Traffic Authority, island-wide monitoring activities have been sustained. These collaborations continue to improve order and safety within the public transportation system. During the period under review, 1,915 vehicles operated illegally were seized, and 19,413 enforcement actions were carried out against operators. The measures have strengthened compliance, improved order in the sector, and contributed to a record licensing year, reflecting a 3.8% increase over the previous year. Transport Authority implemented several strategic initiatives to improve service quality, strengthen performance management, and enhance order across the sector. And I want to indicate very clearly that the Minister of National Security has been so successful in reducing the murder rate that I'd like to work closely with him to see how we can reduce road fatalities, because that is at an unacceptable high, similar to where crime and murder was in recent years. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to indicate to the House and to the wider Jamaica that now that Melissa has settled down, that this will be one of my areas of focus over the next few months in this financial year. Madam Speaker, ride-hailing services remain a pressing concern for this government as we seek to modernize Jamaica's transport sector and ensure safe, regulated, and accessible mobility for all citizens. I'm pleased to advise that Cabinet has granted approval for the development of the national ride-hailing policy, establishing a foundation for a comprehensive regulatory framework. This framework is necessary to guide the operations of ride-hailing in Jamaica. A steering committee has been established to provide oversight and ensure stakeholder engagement throughout the policy development process. Madam Speaker, the next stage is to develop a policy green paper. Work is actively underway to advance the development of this paper to be tabled in Parliament within the next 3 months. This ministry is committed to transparency, and the draft policy will be exposed to public scrutiny, ensuring that all voices of citizens, operators, and stakeholders shape the final framework. The national ride-hailing policy will not only regulate emerging services, but also safeguard the public's interest, promote fair competition, and enhance mobility across the country. I am pleased to say that it is of such urgency that the Minister of Tourism and myself are planning a meeting with stakeholders based on several requests that we have had for a meeting to work to see what can be done in parallel to the policies that government is implementing. But what I can say without fear of contradiction is that there are laws that govern and legislation and regulations that govern the transport sector in Jamaica. And nobody, no matter how big they are, is going to come and undermine that. They either work within the context of that, or we will have to deal with it accordingly. Madam Speaker, I'm aware of the Jamaica public passenger vehicle PPV sector, which is under strain due to rising fuel prices as well as outstanding 60% fare adjustment. Fuel now accounts for 65% of monthly operating expenses, alongside increasing tolls, insurance, and maintenance costs, threatening the sector's sustainability. As I have said before, the issue of the 16% fare adjustment is under continued consideration, bearing in mind the effects on inflation, and of course, as they say, bad luck, every time we are at that point, we either have a hurricane or something to disrupt our economic forecasts and plans. But I give assurance that commitment was made and a commitment will be met. Long-term solutions include fleet modernization through an updated vehicle age policy, incentive for electric and hybrid vehicles, technical and financial training, and improved parking infrastructure. These interventions aim to balance the needs of operators and commuters, ensuring the continued viability of a sector critical to Jamaica's mobility, commerce, and economic resilience. The Island Traffic Authority to continue to play a central role in advancing government's priority for safer roads and improved public service delivery. For the period April 25 to March 16th, generated revenue of $13 billion. You hear that, Minister of Finance? 13.6 billion for the government of Jamaica. As a key regulatory body, the ITA is mandated to administer provisions of the Road Traffic Act through the robust motor vehicle driver management systems. supported by road safety education and data-driven oversight. The authority has also continued to strengthen the regulatory framework governing motor vehicle certification, ensuring that only roadworthy vehicles are permitted to operate on the nation's road. A significant milestone was achieved with the introduction of the e-fitness system on July 21st, 2025. This system has modernized the certification process through the digitization of fitness certificates, eliminating the need for physical documents and enhancing efficiency, transparency, and regulatory compliance. This initiative represents a critical component of the authority's broader digital transformation agenda. These outcomes reflect strengthened compliance and improved operational efficiency while bolstering public confidence in the regulatory system. Madam Speaker, while road fatalities increased marginally by 2% between 24 and 25, from 365 to 374, preliminary data for 26 is encouraging, indicating a 32% reduction in fatalities to date when compared to the corresponding period last year. Madam Speaker, the authority has expanded its public education initiatives across school, workplaces, and communities, including the learner-driver education, the road safety awareness engagements, over 105, and these are aligned with national policy objectives to reduce road fatalities. Madam Speaker, I move on to one that is near and dear to me, but not so much the other side. The Jamaica Urban Transport Company remains central to public transportation. JUTC made steady progress in modernizing its fleet, improving service delivery, and strengthening governance. A key pillar of this progress is the transition from traditional diesel to cleaner, more cost-effective energy sources, an approach that has helped us cushion the impact of volatile fuel prices while advancing environmental sustainability. Today, JUTC deploys 204 buses powered while commuting on the rural school bus system. Madam Speaker, the rural school bus system has also expanded significantly since the pilot phase in the parish of Portland in May 25, making a significant and transformative policy of this government's commitment to expanding access to safe and reliable school transportation. Following the success of the pilot, the program transitioned to a phased national rollout under the management of the JUTC. Phase 1 has been successfully completed, establishing a strong foundation for continued expansion. To date, 110 rural school buses have been deployed, each selected to accommodate varying routes, conditions, and passenger needs. And the program, still in its early stages, is transporting between 15 and 20,000 students per day. Phase 2 is now underway with plans to introduce 100 new school buses. This expansion will further strengthen the program reach and ensure that more students across Jamaica can benefit. Madam Speaker, compared to 2025, we have seen a 56% reduction in the number of child fatalities from motor vehicle accidents. Madam Speaker, as a rural MP, we have seen time and time again in news stories of deaths of children and the serious injuries they suffer from unsafe and unreliable transport. Colleagues, if we saw 1% reduction, I still would have been the happiest member in this House today. Madam Speaker, members in this House stood on political platforms and sought to use fear-mongering to suggest that these buses were a threat to safety and security of our children. Madam Speaker, we have seen 8 child fatalities since the start of this year. And I can proudly state that not one of those unfortunate fatalities have been on a bus commissioned as the Rural School Bus Program. I use this opportunity to highlight the enhanced technology and security features on the buses and urge parents to get their students registered so they can have safer and more affordable commute to school. Madam Speaker, I said it then, I said it leading up to September 3rd, and I'm going to repeat it again for all who may have missed it. We're going to give you bus after bus after bus after bus after bus. JUTC bus, school bus, every kind of bus. Oh, right, I can continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I can continue. We had agreed. Madam Speaker, our efforts regarding the safety and security of our students extend beyond the Rural School Bus Program into our tertiary institutions. Significant strides have been made to address the transportation challenges facing tertiary student population. The primary focus of these interventions have been to improve safety and accessibility for students attending late evening classes. In direct response to the request for extended operating hours, the JUTC has successfully implemented later departure time for key student commuter routes. Madam Speaker, let me commend the staff at JUTC and the respective student bodies organizations at these institutions for the work done to make this a success. And that will be UTEC and the university. Madam Speaker, charter revenue for the period April to January total $121 million, representing 86% above budget of $65 million for the period. Revenue passengers for year to date, January 26, total 16.3 million, which is 29% below budget of 22.54. Approximately 39% or 502 million of fare revenue related to a smart card usage, and 55% or 8.83 million use smart cards to pay fares. Currently, approximately 41% of adult passengers use a smart card, compared to 100% usage among concession passengers. At the end of January, 70 active point of sale locations were operating across the KMTR, including 4 JUTC top-up points to facilitate. Madam Speaker, to prevent further losses and safeguard the company's resources, the JUTC, in collaboration with the law enforcement, has implemented a targeted and multifaceted approach. Enhanced intelligence gathering and efforts have strengthened coordination with law enforcement. The JUTC continues to work closely with the JCF and, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, since the implementation of these measures, the fare revenue year to date was 1.42 million or 12% above the 1.26 for the same period. Plans are underway to procure another 100 additional JUTC buses to expand and renew the fleet, improve reliability, and replace aging units. The government will continue to prioritize clean and renewable energy options where feasible in support of sustainable transport. Madam Speaker, Montego Bay Metro ridership exceeded 1 million passengers for the first time in its 29-year history. Prime Minister, I'm going to repeat that for you. Montego Bay Metro, and for Minister Bartlett and the other Western members of Parliament. Montego Bay Metro ridership exceeded 1 million passengers for the first time in its 29-year history, reaching 1,003,000 and expected to rise to above 1,073. Growth was driven by 4 new routes carrying over 250 passengers, expanded service across 11 routes, and increased daily bus deployment from 10 to 13. Madam Speaker, this again demonstrates the commitment of this administration to implement sustainable transportation solutions for all Jamaica. For those of you who represent St. James and the interiors of St. James, I have the Hill Routes buses coming, similar to how we have them for West Rural St. Andrew and East Rural St. Andrew. We find that that is a big challenge for the commuters in Montego Bay proper, getting into the hills and valleys. So that is coming on stream. Madam Speaker, maritime and international air transport, Jamaica was re-elected to Category C of the Council of International Maritime Organizations. This is an important platform to represent Caribbean and small island states. This year, Jamaica will proudly mark 50 years of membership with the IMO, and this milestone speaks to decades of engagement, leadership, and commitment to the goal of the global maritime sector. Air service agreements, Madam Speaker, we continue to sign them and get them out, and we are looking to do Curaçao later on this year, further strengthening regional connectivity and opportunity. Airports Authority of Jamaica, Jamaica's aviation sector led by the Airports Authority of Jamaica has demonstrated resilience in the face of significant external shocks while maintaining strong regulatory oversight and operational continuity across its network, including the Ian Fleming Airport and the domestic aerodromes, while overseeing major international gateways such as Sancho International Airport and Norman Manley. Despite an early 2025 sluggish growth, improved travel advisories and increased events supported a mid-year recovery, underscoring the sector's adaptability, further strengthened by strategic initiatives, including a pending domestic air service incentive program, sustained policy leadership, and investment planning by the authority. The sector's resilience was severely tested by Hurricane Melissa, which disrupted aviation, traffic, and infrastructure, most notably at the Sancta. We expect the new subsea cable to be operational by the end of 2027. By the end of 2027. Madam Speaker, as another pillar of resilience, the ministry has worked to finalize National Emergency Telecommunications Plan with continued support from the ITU In closing,
your time is up. Time is up.
I can't close. They give me permission to close. Madam Speaker, in closing, today's realities have sharpened the government's resolve.
Minister.
Madam Speaker, God bless Jamaica. And God bless the Anglo-Honest-led administration. May God continue.
Thank you very much, Minister. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we thank the member from Portland Western, the Minister of Energy and Telecommunications, for a comprehensive, action-oriented presentation full of what has been done and more good things on the horizon. We will now turn to the member from St. Andrew South Western.
To the honorable members of this. Oh. Oh. To the honorable members of this House, I am guided by the enduring truth of Proverbs 19:17. Whoever is kind to the poor lends to the Lord, and he will reward them for what they have done. I had in my presentation a whole page and a half of facts. If you are part of the team who has helped me be here doing what I'm doing, I say thank you. I hope you understand why I do not have the time to call you by name today. So I want to start, first of all, with the historical foundations of social protection in Jamaica. Jamaica's social protection framework owes its most enduring advances to successive PNP governments, which have consistently prioritized the poorest and the most vulnerable, delivering economic security, health safeguards, education access, digital inclusion, and justice reforms that traditional definitions often overlook. The foundations began in the 1960s, yes, under a JLP administration with the NIS and the new secondary schools, but it was the PNP leadership of the 1970s under Michael Joshua Manley that revolutionized protection for the needy. The Minimum Wage Act, the National Housing Trust, Employment Termination and Redundancy Payments Act, Equal Pay for Equal Work, Maternity Leave with Pay, and most crucially, free secondary and university education. In terms of the dignity that many of us claim, it is because no bastard not there again. These policies shattered barriers of poverty for generations of Jamaicans, providing the catalyst for national progress that endures today. The PNP government pressed forward in the 1990s and 2000 with targeted lifelines like PATH, the National Health Fund, the National Health Card, the drug window for the elderly, directly shielding vulnerable families from destitution and illness. At the time of its introduction in 2014, PATH was seen as a landmark framework articulating a comprehensive commitment to addressing poverty, inequality, and vulnerability. And it stood as the first strategy of its kind in the Caribbean, positioning Jamaica as a regional leader in the design and articulation of social protection systems. The then Minister of Finance, Dr. Peter Phillips, described this strategy as path-breaking, reflecting the collective efforts of the PIOJ, the Ministry of Labour, international partners, and a wide cross-section of stakeholders. Visionary, though underappreciated, is the Universal Access Fund under the member from East Kingston and Port Royal, who brought Wi-Fi to the poorest communities, empowering them with essential connectivity. In a modern triumph, the 2015 Dangerous Drugs Amendment Act, spearheaded by the then Minister of Justice, Minister Mark Golding at the time, protected thousands of low-income Jamaicans from criminalization, from being framed, from incarceration for small-scale ganja use, including sacramental rights. By freeing courts from this backlog, it ensured that the resources of the justice system reached those who needed it most. What is pellucidly clear here is that successive PNP administrations have proven indispensable, forging a robust safety net that uplifts the vulnerable and strengthens Jamaica. And it is against that backdrop that I make my sectoral presentation today. As I speak, I have to say that the pace of implementation of PATH has not quite kept up with the ambition of its framework. We have yet to achieve the truly integrated all-of-government approach that has long been espoused. As a result, many vulnerable Jamaicans continue to fall through the cracks, exposed to economic and social shocks without adequate support. You know, I look at the passage of Hurricane Melissa on October 28th. It represented a critical stress test for the country's social protection architecture. For many Jamaicans, it called into question not only the government's capacity, but also its commitment to inclusive, people-centered development. Regrettably, relief and recovery efforts have not consistently reflected the values of dignity, transparency, resilience, and inclusivity that should underpin such interventions. Many vulnerable citizens have been left disillusioned, with some nearing the point of disengagement from the very systems designed to support them. There is a growing perception among Jamaicans that the benefits of this so-called prosperity have not been equitably distributed, and that significant segments of the population remain excluded. It was prosperity for the few. You know, for years, the conversation has centered around social safety nets. However, since 2025, we have been talking now about social protection floors as a right-based approach to the realization of economic, social, and cultural rights aimed at reducing poverty and inequality. And so that's the context in which I'm speaking here. Now, social protection floors represent a nationally defined set of basic guarantees, including access to essential health care, education, income security, alongside targeted investments in poverty eradication, social inclusion, particularly for persons with disabilities, for seniors, and other vulnerable populations. I'm not here saying that this is going to happen overnight, but there must be clear, measurable progress. Jamaicans must be convinced that policies and programs are being designed and implemented to protect them from poverty, vulnerability, and exclusion. So I spoke about PATH earlier, and I say, that it has played an important role in improving school attendance. And I know that the spokesperson on education might tell me to be careful about the data that is presented to us. Unfortunately, I don't have any other source, so I'm going to quote it. And so what the data says is that because there is that 85% conditionality, meaning that persons have to be in school for 85% of the time to remain on the program, it means that the attendance of children on PATH is way above the attendance of children who are not on PATH. But here is the problem. The problem is that attendance does not equate to learning outcomes. It doesn't. While secondary education is nominally free, the associated costs continue to present substantial barriers for many families. Many of you as MPs would hear the stories from children and parents about how they are shamed and their names are called, they are sent under trees, they are treated differently because they cannot pay. Different lines. And in some sense, we understand the need of these schools to collect the fees because that is what they use to actually keep it going and provide services. So what that means is that we have to find a way to ensure that these children and their families are not seen as being different, but that there is some protection to allow them to have that secondary education. The school feeding program is a good program, but it needs to be reimagined to ensure that it is cost-effective and yet nutritious. I am not sure if Nutribullet in 2026 is the most nutritious meal that we could get. I'm not. Yeah? The current allocation per student is simply ridiculous. Just this morning as I was preparing to come, to go on the road for Read Across Jamaica Day, I heard the news that Greater Portmore Primary advised of its painful decision to suspend its school feeding program. You know why? Inadequate funding, a lack of funding. Can you imagine what is going to happen to some of those children coming to school without their meals, or hiding in a corner so persons don't recognize what it is they have had to take to school to eat for lunch? This can't be the Jamaica that we sit here proudly that we represent and we are building in 2026. Nah, something else, something has to change. And so the opposition is calling for a decisive shift towards implementation, which includes integrating diagnostic assessments, remedial support into PATH conditionalities, strengthening inclusive education system, and providing targeted financial assistance to reduce the burden on vulnerable families. And I say it already, the meals, yeah? We have to look at it differently. We also have the experience of our faith-based organization helping with education. And so we know that community-based governance structures should be strengthened to ensure participatory accountability and local ownership of educational outcomes. We want to see more of that. I want to talk a little bit about healthcare, because healthcare must constitute a fundamental pillar of Jamaica's protection framework. Yeah? The current structure of this so-called free healthcare continues to fall short of its intended purpose. And I'm not here to make the presentation that the spokesperson on health will, but I do know that in practice, many patients are still required to procure basic amenities and incur out-of-pocket expenses for routine services. Routine services. We know that the public health system continues to face persistent gaps in infrastructure, equipment, and staffing, all of which directly affect the quality and accessibility of patient care. And I know that every single one of us in here as members of parliament have heard the horror stories of members of our family or members of the community who have gone to the hospitals and what that has meant. I wouldn't even like to tell you of the 3 persons who I am dealing with who currently have cancer and how difficult it has been for them. That's for another day. The shameful reality that we have, can you imagine, that surgeries have to be postponed because of a lack of repairs to central air conditioning unit? What is that? But that was the case at the Bustamante Children's Hospital. And the truth is that the Jamaica Medical Doctors Association also said something similar when they said that the UHWI, the core barrier to reliable service delivery lies in systemic defects, including staff shortages, compensation, and compensation breaches, more so than even funding itself. And the truth is that this reality disproportionately affects the most vulnerable, placing lives and livelihoods at risk. It is simply not acceptable. You know, Hurricane Melissa exposed the long-standing structural weaknesses within our healthcare infrastructure. In that moment of crisis, the contribution of volunteers, both local and international, proved invaluable. They delivered critical medical services to rural, remote, and underserved communities, undoubtedly preserving lives at a time of urgent need. On behalf of all Jamaicans, I once again, as others have done before, want to say a big thank you. However, I am clear that volunteerism is not a substitute for a resilient and adequately resourced national system. The government's level of preparedness in the aftermath of the hurricane was simply inadequate. There's no other word for it. As the reconstruction efforts continue, there must be a deliberate shift toward building resilient healthcare infrastructure capable of withstanding future climate-related events. Further concerns arise with the abrupt departure of the Cubans. I would not like to tell you the number of individuals who right now are uncertain and distressed, yes, in light of the challenges about where they go for health care. And then the truth is, we have to look at what is happening around us, because there are international models that demonstrate what the possibilities are for a universal health care guarantee that ensure equitable, climate-resilient access to essential services. We have Costa Rica, where they have a social security system that provides a universal basic package covering primary care, hospitalization, and medication for about 90% of its population. Barbados has a national health insurance arrangement that supports comprehensive primary and preventive care. Chile has clearly defined service guarantees for high burden conditions supported by investments in resilient systems. Others are doing it, we can do it. These are just some examples that I've put there to say that that is where we really need to go, and we need to begin to look at it seriously. Decent work and livable wages. Without this, social protection is incomplete. Decent work and livable wages determine whether families can eat, send their children to school, recover after disasters, or contribute productively to national rebuilding. Jamaica cannot achieve a durable social protection floor without legal certainty on wages, workplace safety, social protections, and recognition of service. The government's decision to increase the minimum wage to $17,000 a week, up from $16,000 a week, is way short of that campaign commitment for $32,000 a week. And it is nowhere near that livable wage that we should be talking about. For years, I want to talk about the security guard. For years, we have been talking and calling for a joint industrial council for the industrial security industry, and we want to do that again. The government must initiate these discussions and provide a structured pathway to protect these workers from falling into poverty after years of service. You know, many of them are either close to retirement or past the age of retirement. What has been happening is that they have been forced to enter into new contracts, so they are treated as new recruits, losing all the years of service and with no benefit to carry. We must be concerned about that. And then let's talk about the OSHA bill, which was intended to replace the outdated Factories Act of 1943. It was first tabled in Parliament in 2017. A lot of review, still not passed. We have heard the recent promises of the minister, yes, that it will be passed shortly. But promises without law leave workers exposed. And as Jamaicans, we know that promise is comfort to a few. What is needed is statutory funded systems that deliver livable wages, safe working conditions, and enforceable protections. In December 2025, the Red Cross reports that we had 156,000 homes that were damaged and in need of repair, with approximately 90 families directly affected. Last week, the minister said that 114,000, yes, 156,000. And 90,000 families, yes, directly affected. Last week, the minister indicated that 114,000 households were assessed. But I want to talk a little bit about that. Because honestly, the optimism and glee with which the minister speaks does not accord with the lived experience of the majority of individuals who are still reeling from the devastation of Hurricane Melissa. That's right. Many of them have not yet been assessed. They're not even so sure how to get assessed. Yes? Others have been assessed but are still not aware of their status. Yeah? And then again, others have been sent their information, and it is still a quandary about exactly where they fall. It seems to me that the system was not built for transparency nor from accountability, and that is a big problem. When individuals go to the parish offices, the woes that they tell, yeah? They say that the information that they collected and put in there from the workers, it has changed, yes? Persons geotagging is a problem because there are issues with how the houses have been geotagged, which takes them out of the system completely. community names being mismatched, locations being incorrectly recorded. Data handling issues have led to missing or incorrect information, including phone numbers, TRN, the level of damage, even though this information was provided during the assessments and uploaded. In some cases, payments marked processed later appear cancelled. Yeah? There are also reports that damage levels recorded during the assessments have been altered after the fact, reducing entitlements for affected households. And this is not duppy stories. I'm talking to individuals and I'm placing there because I believe that they are that important. I believe that there must be immediate corrective action. We need to see a fully operational online portal and toll-free hotline, so issues the issuing of verifiable assessment receipts or control numbers. When assessment is done, nobody who was assessed has anything to prove that they were assessed. Somebody came, talked to them, and left, and now it is my word against your word, whether or not you were assessed. The inefficiencies that prolong the suffering is just simply not administrative failure. It is a failure of responsibility. And I think that that needs to be owned. I want to talk a little bit here now about, about dignity, inclusivity, and identity. Social protection floors are not just about survival. They are also about dignity, inclusivity, and identity. Dignity requires that support be delivered in a manner that respects individuals, protects their privacy, and avoids unnecessary hardship and humiliation. Inclusivity requires the full and effective implementation of the Disabilities Act. Identity requires that policies recognize and respect the lived realities of all Jamaicans. Consider Rastafari, a pillar of our national identity, celebrated globally through music, philanthropy, and culture. Yet our laws treat it simply as a religion, overlooking its holistic essence and how that then influences spiritual sacraments, economic livelihood, natural health practices, and environmental stewardship. Yeah? Current protections do not go far enough. Yes, the amendments to the Dangerous Drug Act offer just partial relief, but without explicit constitutional recognition. We need to go further. I also want to talk a little bit about what this dignity and inclusivity means. We are descendants of Nanny of the Maroons. We are descendants of Paul Bogle. We are descendants of Sam Sharp. What that means is that many of us who are sitting in these hallowed chambers, in this house, are only here because there were individuals who dared to buck the system. Because there were individuals who said, I will not be treated as a non-entity. Because there were individuals who said, you cannot strip me of my dignity and my integrity. I believe that those of us who have the privilege to be sent in this house deserve to present to the people of Jamaica the same courage of our ancestors. We cannot sit in the chambers and be treated like children. We cannot sit in the chambers where persons use the bully pulpit to say just about anything they want, and we have to sit silently. As educators, we know that we teach children differently from adults. We talk about pedagogy and andragogy. Because adults are self-directed learners. Because adults want their experiences to be validated in how we deal with them. This is no different in the chamber. No one gets to come into the chamber regardless of who you are to pontificate and to scold the rest of us without taking responsibility for your own lack of decorum and disrespectful behavior. This, for me, is fundamental. It is about who we are, and it is about our identity. I say to my boys, I say to my nieces, when you are in a relationship, allow no one to strip you of your dignity. Allow no one to make you feel as if you are not worthy. I am duty-bound, therefore, to live what I preach and to be an example to those that I have been saying, do not allow others to trample over you. I am very clear in my mind that every action has consequences. We are leaders. Choice making is what we do every day. We take decisions and we bear the consequences. And so I say to this august body and to my colleagues, I am willing to cooperate with anyone who is willing to treat me as a human being. I am willing to play my part. Granted, I have never been a submissive female. It's too late for me to be that now. It's too late for me to be that now. So you will not get a submissive Angela in the chambers. No. However, I respect my colleagues. But there's a line I draw. If I come before you and every day you disrespect me, that's right. Them say one day the bucket bottom I go drop out. And when it drops out, and I stand here today very, very clear, when it drops out, those who have the authority to punish, go ahead. Go ahead. History will absolve. I do it not just for myself. I do it for those others who will come behind us and will remember that in this house we are all to be treated equally. That in this house, when we have certain positions, we put aside our political partisanship. And if we can't, we step aside from the position that requires it. And so, I am very clear. I have dropped a lot of what I had prepared to speak today because I believe that this is important. I believe this goes to the heart of our democracy. Democracy is not just about you wielding a sword. It is also about how you reach across the aisle and make accommodations and come to decisions to the benefit of all. I am tired of sitting here, pressing my mic, asking to say something, and you don't have even the decency of listening and then saying no. None of us here, none is clairvoyant. None of you live in my head. And therefore, even though you think you know me well, you do not know what I am going to say when I press my mic. Give me the courtesy. Accord me the respect as an elected member of this house to be heard. You then have the opportunity to determine whether it is okay or not for me to go ahead. I stand here as a representative of the people of Southwest St. Andrews. I come from the traditions of Portia Lucretia Simpson. I come from Vincent Brown, who is still alive at 100 and would rue the day if he saw me in a position where I sat quietly and took disrespect. Never. Never. And so I'm hoping, as I close, that this will be a moment on which we reflect, all of us, not just some, so that we leave the lack of decorum, whether it's from that chair or otherwise. We leave the disrespectful behavior, whether it is from the speaker's chair or otherwise. The rabid partisanship, whether it is from the speaker's chair or otherwise. It is one thing to say it and you're not mic'd. But when you stand to speak and to represent, then you have to draw the line somewhere. I am hoping that this will lead to a new day in the Parliament. I want to see it because I would like to be able to sit comfortably, to banter with my colleagues here and on the other side, to disagree with a laughter still on my face, and to agree respectfully, and to agree when that is what it requires. Thank you.
Warrior that. House Leader. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have just heard from the member from St. Andrew Southwestern. We will now ask for the recommittal of the, well, firstly, for the suspension of the sectoral debate and for the recommittal of the agenda items.
The request is on the floor for the suspension of sectoral debate. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. We will now have the recommittal to the agenda. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Statement by ministers. Announcement.
Laid on the table of the House are the following: annual report and audited financial statements of the SCJ Holdings Limited for the financial year 2020-2021 and its related ministry paper number 28 of 2026 titled Annual Report SCJ Holdings Limited for the year ended March 31, 2021. Annual report and audited financial statements of the Jamaica Bauxite Mining Limited for the year ended March 31, 2022, and its related ministry paper number 29 of 2026 titled Annual Report and Audited Financial Statements of the Jamaica Bauxite Mining Limited for the year ended March 31, 2022. Annual report and audited financial statements of the Jamaica Vacations Limited for the financial year 2023-2024. Annual report and audited financial statements of the Montego Bay Convention Center for the financial year 2022-2023. And finally, the annual report of the National Solid Waste Management Authority for the financial year 2024-2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bills brought from the Senate.
The following is a message from the President of the Senate to the Honorable House of Representatives. I have the honor to advise the Honorable House of Representatives that on the first day of May 2026, a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Cybercrimes Act and to provide for connected matters was passed in the Senate without amendment. The Honorable Thomas Tavares Finson, President of the Senate.
Petitions. Papers, report from committees. Notices of motion given orally.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next sitting of the House, I intend to move the following motion. Whereas Jamaica is currently experiencing a shortage of and instability in the supply of cement, a critical input for the construction, infrastructure, and manufacturing sectors, and whereas this shortage threatens to delay urgently needed reconstruction and reliance works in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa, including housing, public infrastructure, private sector facilities, and community-based resilience projects, and whereas any prolonged or worsening cement supply disruption poses a serious risk to investor confidence, both domestic and foreign, and may result in the postponement or cancellation of strategic investments, and whereas the said shortage and instability in cement supply can lead to significant job losses, reduced working hours, and business closures in sectors directly and indirectly dependent on construction activity, including small and medium-sized enterprises, and whereas the current situation, if not effectively managed and mitigated, could escalate into a full-blown economic and social crisis, undermining national development goals, particularly in the post-Melissa construction and resilience period. And whereas there is a compelling need for transparent, timely, and comprehensive information to Parliament and the public regarding A, the causes and expected duration of the cement supply shortage, B, the state of local production and import arrangements, C, pricing trends and potential anti-competitive practices, D, the impact on approved and pipeline public and private projects, and E, the measures being contemplated or implemented by the government to stabilize supply, protect jobs, and safeguard investment. And whereas Parliament must exercise its oversight responsibility to ensure that appropriate policies, regulatory actions, and contingency plans are in place to mitigate the risk of a full-blown crisis and to support a swift, equitable, and resilient reconstruction process. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Honourable House calls upon the Government to immediately provide Parliament with a comprehensive briefing on the current cement supply situation, including data on production, imports, inventory levels, pricing, and the status of critical reconstruction and infrastructure projects. Be it therefore resolved that this Honourable House calls upon the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce and its agencies to present clear and time-bound plans to ensure that post-Melissa reconstruction and resilience works by households, private sector, and government are not compromised. Be it resolved that the foregoing be referred to the Economy and Production Committee, and that the committee be mandated to 1, conduct hearings and receive submissions from relevant ministries, departments, and agencies, regulators, industry stakeholders, workers' representatives, and civil society regarding the current and projected cement supply situation. 2, obtain and review detailed information on A, the causes, scale, and expected duration of the current cement shortage, B, the impact on existing and planned public and private investments, especially those related to post-Melissa reconstruction and resilience, C, the implications for employment, particularly in construction and related sectors. 3, examine and report on short, medium, and long-term policy, regulatory, and market-based options to A, mitigate the risk of a full-blown crisis arising from cement shortages, B, secure reliable and affordable cement supply, C, protect jobs and sustain investor confidence, and D, ensure that national reconstruction and resilience objectives are met without undue delay. 4, present to this Honourable House within a specified time frame its findings and recommendations, including any proposed legislative, regulatory, or policy measures necessary to address current and future risks related to cement supply and to safeguard Jamaica's reconstruction, resilience, investment climate, and employment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from St. James Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to give notice that on the next sitting of this House, I will move the following motion. Whereas a 2016 study by a leading local anthropologist revealed the rate of paternity fraud in Jamaica was at 25%, and whereas Jamaica is one of the leading countries in the world with regard to the incidence of paternity fraud, and whereas there is a need for certainty of parenthood within our society to fortify the institution of families in Jamaica in pursuing of national outcome, 3 out of 4 effective social protection and authentic transformational culture of the Vision 2030 Jamaica National Development Plan. And whereas it has been found that the revelation of paternity fraud or the misattributed paternity has led to several incidents of domestic violence in Jamaica, which must be mitigated. And whereas certainty of paternity would be a key mitigating factor of domestic violence in our society. And whereas the advancement in technology to allow for efficient and accurate DNA paternity testing to definitively determine paternity is now available in Jamaica. And whereas certainty of paternity can be achieved by mandating that, where it is desired that the name of the father be included on the birth certificate of a child born in Jamaica, a DNA paternity test be conducted to confirm the biological relationship between the child and the man desirous of being so named. And whereas the cost of all mandatory DNA paternity tests would be covered by the government of Jamaica and facilitated through each regional health authority, be it resolved that this Honourable House debate the issue of mitigating paternity fraud. Be it further resolved that this Honourable House take the necessary step to amend the relevant sections of the Registration, Birth and Death Act and Status of Children Act to allow for the additional requirement of mandatory confirmation of paternity by way of DNA paternity test. Thank you.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce, and I have read a first time, a bill shortly entitled the Jamaica Dairy Development Board Amendment Act 2026. I further beg to give notice at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take first reading of the bill. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Conch Export Levy Amendment Act 2026. I further beg to give notice at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take first reading of the bill.
Questions and answers to questions. Motions that may have been made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to sittings of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the first reading of a bill shortly entitled the Jamaica Dairy Development Board Amendment Act 2026.
Members, the question is that the standing orders be suspended to allow the Minister to take the first reading of the bill. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Yes, this one, the dairy, not the conch. Yeah, dairy, sure. Sorry. Mr. Speaker, I now move that a bill shortly entitled the Jamaica Dairy Developmental Board Act 2026 be read a first time.
The Jamaica Dairy Development Board Amendment Act 2026 read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill. I further beg to give notice at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable second reading of the bill and to take it through all its concluding stages. Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the first reading of a bill shortly entitled the Conch Export Levy Amendment Act 2026.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to allow the minister to take the motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Madam Speaker, I now move that a bill shortly entitled the Conch Export Levy Amendment Act 2026 be read a first time.
The Conch Export Levy Amendment Act 2026 read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of the second reading of the bill. As I indicated, we will not be taking this bill through all the stages today, so we can go to public business.
Public business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We do have a few items of public business today, having concluded the sectoral. We will start by a tribute to former Member of Parliament, Minister of Government, Senator, Minister of Government, the Honourable Hugh Hart, and then we will go into the taking of the Jamaica Dairy Development Board Amendment Act. We will ask the Prime Minister who will lead the tributes to.
Thanks, House Leader. Prime Minister. Mike, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to pay tribute to the life and service of the Honourable Hugh Cecil Edmund Hart, Order of Jamaica, former Senator, former Cabinet Minister, distinguished attorney at law, business leader, and servant of the Jamaican people. On behalf of the Government of Jamaica, and indeed on behalf of all who value long and faithful service to the country, I extend sincere condolences to his family, his friends, his former colleagues in Parliament and Cabinet, the legal fraternity. I must mention, Madam Speaker, the Monroe College family. Absolutely. And all those who had the privilege of knowing and working with him. Hugh Hart belonged to a generation of Jamaicans who helped to shape the institutions and economic foundations of our young nation after independence. He was a man of intellect, discipline, judgment, and resolve. His contribution was not confined to one field. He served Jamaica in law, in business, in public administration, in Parliament, and in the Cabinet. Born in St. Andrew and educated at Monroe College, he went to Queen's College, Oxford, where he studied law. He was called to the bar at Gray's Inn in 1953 and later admitted as a solicitor in Jamaica in 1956. Over the course of a long and distinguished legal career, he became one of Jamaica's respected commercial lawyers with deep expertise in areas including taxation, mining, real estate development, corporate restructuring, commercial law, and corporate finance. As a founding partner of Hart, Murad Fattah, he helped to build one of Jamaica's leading law firms and contributed significantly to the development of commercial legal practice in our country. His legal work was marked by seriousness, precision, and a practical understanding of how law supports enterprise, development, investment, and institutional order. And, Madam Speaker, it could also be said of UHART that he was a great mentor and supporter of young lawyers coming into the profession. Indeed, I'm sure that when the leader of the opposition speaks, he will spend more time on that aspect of UHART's contribution to national development. But, Madam Speaker, UHART was not content to serve Jamaica only from private practice. He answered the call to public service. He served in the Senate from 1980 to 1993 and brought to this Parliament the same clarity of thought and depth of experience for which he was known in the legal and business communities. He went on to serve in the Cabinet as Minister of Mining and Energy and as Minister of Tourism. These were not minor assignments. They were portfolios central to Jamaica's economic survival, growth, and international engagement. As Minister of Mining and Energy, he served during a difficult period for Jamaica's bauxite and alumina industry. The sector faced serious disruptions arising from global economic pressures and changes in international demand. At that time, bauxite and alumina were critical to employment, foreign exchange, industrial activity, and national confidence. UHART brought to that challenge the mind of a lawyer, the discipline of a negotiator, and the resolve of a patriot. He was among those who helped Jamaica navigate a period of uncertainty in one of the country's most important industries. His service in that ministry reminds us that national leadership is often tested in moments of difficulty. It is easy to speak of development when conditions are favorable. It is far more demanding to protect national interests when industries are under pressure, when jobs are at risk, and when the country must find a path through forces beyond its immediate control. UHART served in such a moment, and he did so with seriousness and distinction. As Minister of Tourism, he also played a role in advancing one of Jamaica's most important economic sectors. His tenure coincided with important milestones in the growth of the industry, including Jamaica's continued emergence as a premier global destination. He understood that tourism was not merely an industry of hotels and arrivals, but an expression of Jamaica's identity, culture, hospitality, and international presence. Our current Minister of Tourism exemplifies this, Madam Speaker. Beyond ministerial office, UHART gave service to many of Jamaica's major institutions. He served in leadership roles across the public and private sectors, including institutions connected to bauxite, energy, manufacturing, finance, and commerce. In these capacities, he helped to strengthen the governance and strategic direction of organizations that mattered to Jamaica's economic life. In 2011, Jamaica conferred on him the Order of Jamaica in recognition of his contribution to the bauxite and alumina industry and to the legal profession. It was a fitting national honor for a man whose work had touched so many areas of Jamaican life. Madam Speaker, there is an important lesson in UHART's example. His was not a politics of noise and spectacle. His was a life of competence, preparation, duty, and measured service. At a time when public life is often judged by immediacy and volume, Hugh Hart's life reminds us of the enduring value of steadiness. He was serious without being theatrical. He was accomplished without being boastful. He was influential without needing to be ostentatious, or as some people would say, tapanaris. The Parliament should honor that kind of service. We should honor those who help to build the foundations on which we stand. We should honor those whose work may not always be visible to the public in the moment, but whose impact is felt across decades. Today, we remember the Honorable Hugh Cecil Edmund Hart, OJ. As a former member of the Senate, as a former Minister of Government, as a lawyer of high standing, as a builder of institutions, and as a distinguished son of Jamaica who gave generously of his talents to the country. To his family, we express our gratitude. We know that public service requires sacrifice, not only from the individual who serves, but also those who support and sustain them. We thank you for sharing him with Jamaica. May his memory be honored in this Parliament, in the legal profession, in the industries he helped to guide, and in the national life to which he contributed so much. May his soul rest in peace.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps I can just give me a little space here, just thanks. Thank you, my brother. Madam Speaker, I didn't have time to prepare a written speech on an occasion when really I ought to have, because Hugh Hart is somebody very special to me. I don't know whether my colleagues all know this, but Hugh Hart and I have been law partners for most of my career. I joined the firm of Hart, Muirhead, Fatter in 1993 when it was just Hugh Hart, John Muirhead, and George Fatter. And they were all in the later stages of their career and had formed the firm so that they wouldn't retire and get bored, but would be able to practice law in a somewhat leisurely way. I was 28 and very grateful when they allowed me the opportunity to join them. I had wanted to be in New Kingston, where the firm was operating from. And I actually met John Muirhead at the recount, or the preliminary count, for Southeast Clarendon in the election when Peter Bunting ran against Hugh Shearer. And John Muirhead was Hugh Shearer's lawyer for the count. And I was Peter Bunting's lawyer. And in the course of that count, from time to time, there would be breaks, and we'd sit under a tree in Lionel Town courthouse, I think it was. And he told me about Hart Muirhead Fatter. And it struck my interest because of the flexibilities of the structure of the firm. And I wrote to Hugh, who I did not know, though my mother and Hugh had been friends in their teenage years, many, many years before. That would have been in the 1940s. And I received a call from him. I don't know where in the world he was when he called me, but this was the legend, because by that time, Hugh Hart was already a legend in the practice of law and in the business community of Jamaica. Hugh Hart is a legend. And so I was daunted and surprised and very excited to get that call. And he was just so friendly and charming, as he always was. And he said, if I want to come they'd be happy to have me. And you know, when I got there, he gave me his office. A 28-year-old budding attorney. He was traveling a lot, and he said, we didn't have much space at the time, and he said, you use my office. So I sat in his office for several months until some other accommodation was eventually made. Hugh Hart was a brilliant man. First of all, he was charming, can't done. You know, he just had a manner in dealing with people that made people felt valued, made people felt engaged. He listened to what you had to say. There wasn't a time when I knocked on his office to discuss something with him that he didn't look up and say, Marcus, come in, man, and just put down what he was doing, and we would discuss whatever the issue was that I wanted to raise. Never once did he look perturbed, and he was always busy. You know, this was a man who had a thriving practice in his 90s. You know, he had a thriving practice. And he had a thriving practice because he brought great value to his clients. He brought value. He didn't practice law for money. Money was totally, I wouldn't even say secondary. It was very, very subordinate. He practiced law to serve his clients and because he loved the practice of the law. And he had a unique range of skills. He was as sharp as a whip. He was a brilliant draftsman. And he had a strong commercial sense. He understood finance, he understood money, he understood risks and how to manage them as a commercial lawyer. He was a mentor to me. And I feel very, very fortunate and privileged that I had the opportunity to work with him from 1993 until basically last year when illness overcame him at the age of 95, turning 96. He was born on Boxing Day, December 26th, and he wasn't able to come to Jamaica because he actually lived in Cayman, but he came to Jamaica for most of the year. He would come in usually on a Tuesday and leave on a Friday, except during the summer months when he was always in London and then traveling sometimes in Europe. Hugh Hart was a great negotiator. He had a clear mind. He understood the tactics of negotiation. He was never daunted by whatever task he had to face at the negotiating table. And when he was in government, as I understood it, he brought those skills to bear. He went into government really because his wife's brother was the prime minister and knew his skills and wanted to have the benefit of those skills. And Hugh wanted to serve. He wanted to serve Jamaica, and he believed he could deliver a unique array of skills to Jamaica. He would never put it that way. He was a humble person. He was not boastful at all. He was gentle as well, although if you are the other end of a negotiation with him, you didn't feel that he was very gentle because you knew that you were up against somebody who was probably outdoing you in the art of negotiation. But he was a gentle person, a kind person. And when it came to young lawyers, as the Prime Minister had mentioned, certainly in our firm, which I'm the senior partner of now, all of the lawyers who joined the firm in the years after I did, and we now have, I don't even know, 20 lawyers or something, all of them were in love with Hugh. He was a mentor to all. He was the person who, if there was ever a dispute, if there was ever any disagreement, he would resolve it. He was the glue, really, that kept the place together. I will miss him terribly. I already do. And there will never be another like him. In business, he was an entrepreneur. He was a risk taker. He was a major real estate developer in his own right. Prestige homes. He and Frank Hall built a number of housing developments in Jamaica in the 60s, going into the 70s. And then when he moved to Cayman, he built several of the high-rise buildings in Georgetown, several residential developments in Cayman. And he was also respected and knew many influential business people across the world. You know, he was somebody who, you know, for example, when he was Minister of Mining and Energy and Jamaica was in problems, he could pick up the phone and he could speak to the head of major metal trading houses in Switzerland or wherever it would be, and they would take his call. And many of them became his good friends. And up to late in life, though he outlived most of them, you know, he had a close relationship with many of them. Hugh Hart, as I've said, is a one of a kind. And God bless him. He such a special individual. Prime Minister, I thank you for your kind remembrance of him, your tribute to him. It was fitting of the man. Mine isn't really, but it's partly because I'm fairly emotional talking about him. His death is recent, and he was, certainly after my father passed on in 1996, Hugh was sort of the next person of that generation who I had a kind of special, you know, avuncular relationship really in his case. So it's a difficult thing for me to be speaking about him in here. But I'm glad that I've been given the opportunity to do so, because it is right that this Parliament should honor an exceptional minister. I think he achieved a great deal. He used to tell me a story that when he was minister, he would just get on with what he had to do. And he wasn't very familiar with the processes of government. And so the Prime Minister, Mr. Siaga, you know, some months into the life of the government, said to him, you know, Hugh, you have to come and tell me what you're doing. You know, I don't know, I haven't heard anything. He said, sure. So he went to see Mr. Siagas and started to list all the things. And he said, my God, you need a cabinet submission for this. And, you know, he was, well, you know, sure, well, we'll do that then. But he was just getting on with it and doing what needed to be done, you know. And that was the kind of person he was. He was impeccably honest and very, very capable. Somebody in whom a prime minister could have utmost confidence that the portfolio would be properly managed and that any challenges would be addressed in the best way they could in the circumstances. May his soul rest in peace. I should just close by expressing my condolences to his children, Lorraine, Justin and Belinda, and his sister Shirley, and all his close friends and wider family. May his soul rest in peace.
Madam Speaker, yes, yes, you borrowed my line. I didn't plan, Madam Speaker, to begin that way, but the member from Southeast St. Andrew preempted me, and so I will, yes, admit very readily that I'm perhaps the only surviving member of the cabinet in this House, with Hugh Hart, who incidentally, we sat next to each other for 6 years. Firstly, when he was Minister of Mining, and then later when he became Minister of Mining, Energy and Tourism. So I rise today, Madam Speaker, with profound respect and sadness to pay tribute to a truly remarkable Jamaican, the Honorable Hugh Cecil Edmund Hart, OJ. His passing marks the loss of a devoted son of Jamaica, a distinguished attorney, a statesman of great integrity, and a public servant whose dedication shaped the trajectory of our nation's tourism sector, economic development, and public life. Certainly on behalf of all of us in tourism and all the related entities in tourism, the wider tourism fraternity, I extend my deepest condolences to his family, friends, colleagues, and all who had the privilege of working alongside him. Jamaica mourns a man whose life was defined by steadfast service, sound judgment, and an unwavering commitment to the excellence of our nation. Hugh Hart's impact on Jamaican economy was perhaps most uniquely felt during the mid-1980s, when he was entrusted with a massive dual-faceted portfolio by then Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Edward Philip George Seaga. Having served as Minister of Mining and Energy since 1983, his capabilities was expanded in 1986 to include the Ministry of Tourism. The subsequent merging of these portfolios under his leadership was a testament to the Prime Minister's immense confidence in his capabilities. And I can't forget that perhaps it is fair, Madam Speaker, to say that Hugh Hart was the only person in Cabinet who never had Mr. Seaga questioning anything that he did, because there was absolute confidence in the integrity of his effort, but more so the certainty of the outcomes of his actions. For 5 years, Hugh Hart skillfully navigated the nexus of energy, industry, and hospitality, proving that he possessed the rare intellectual dexterity required to manage the pillars of our nation's economic survival simultaneously. And I want to indicate how dexterous that was and how impactful it was in relating to crises and moments of great difficulty. And one of the things that I can't forget is during the really difficult period of the 80s, when the oil crisis was raging. And we had issues also with bauxite during the period. And when a ship was actually out in the harbor with fuel, wouldn't come in. And it was Hugh Hart who, as the member from South St. Andrew appropriately said, would call one of his friends. I will not mention because we know them. And one would say yes, and Hugh Hart would then give the word, and the ship would come into the harbor and discharge the fuel. That was the nature and power of the man. Hugh Hart's tenure as Minister of Tourism from 1986 to 89 coincided with an important period in Jamaica's tourism development and international visibility. It was under his watch that Jamaica welcomed the supersonic Concorde, who can remember that, in 1986, and surpassed 1 million stopover visitors in 1987, a milestone that reflected not only national pride, but also the growing confidence of Jamaica on the global stage. His contribution was instrumental in solidifying tourism as a cornerstone of our national development. And I can't forget, based on his relationship, and Hugh Hart was like that. He really thrived on relationships. And he understood what it was to have confidence and to have people reposing confidence in him, and more so trust. And those were the two key words that drove his tenure as minister. And that reflected itself in his ability to bring international players to Jamaica. And I can't forget that Minister Granger and myself in the early days, when we together teamed to stage the first and only World Music Festival in Jamaica. It was Hugh Hart who had the connections. that enabled the kind of financing that was able to enable us to put on what was and is today the largest and most significant global event to have taken place in Jamaica. But beyond that, Hugh Hart's contacts made it possible for our 1984 Olympic team. And a member in this house was a part of that team. Juliet Cuthbert, who was the silver medalist in that 1984 Olympics. And it was because of Hugh Hart's influence and support that enabled us to finance the team to the level that we were. And a wonderful experience they all had in Los Angeles, California then, and we were able to host them, in fact, at Beverly Hills for an event. Only Jamaica could have done that. So beyond the headlines, Hugh Hart was a builder. He helped realize the tourism industry following the unrest of the late 1970s and spearheaded the recovery efforts after the devastation of Hurricane Gilbert in 1988. His strategic vision laid the foundation for Montego Bay and Ocho Rios to become major Caribbean cruise hubs, with ship calls and passenger numbers growing in the late 1980s, efforts that combined significantly to Jamaica's economic diversification. Beyond tourism, Hugh Hart's leadership extended to his service in the Senate and his critical role as Minister of Mining and Energy from 1983 to 1989. These were challenging years, and one of the biggest issues on his desk was the daunting bauxite alumina crisis. Yet he approached this challenge with integrity, seriousness, and thoughtful leadership. Working closely with Prime Minister Seaga and other technocrats, he navigated complexities of a brutal decade for the industry. He was instrumental in negotiating with multinational corporations and securing the 1988 reopening of Jamaica's largest bauxite refinery, as well as facilitating strategic bauxite purchases by the United States. These efforts were crucial in preserving a key pillar of Jamaica's economy during those turbulent times. In the energy sector, he steered the nation through IMF-mandated deregulation, volatile oil price shocks, and the pressures of meeting stringent fiscal targets. His stewardship was marked by a steady hand amid significant economic headwinds. Throughout his career, Hugh Hart was known for his discipline, dignity, and a leadership style that prized substance over showmanship. He earned respect across sectors, not just for the offices he held, but for the example he set through his unwavering dedication to duty. His contribution extended far beyond the halls of Parliament. His excellence as an attorney and leader in the private sector earned him wide recognition, culminating in the award of the Order of Jamaica in 2011 for his service to the bauxite, alumina industry, tourism, and the legal profession. As we celebrate the life and legacy of Hugh Cecil Edmund Hart, we honor a man whose character and dedication left an indelible mark on Jamaica. On a personal note, he was my mentor. He guided me through the early stages of my involvement as Minister of Tourism. Hugh Hart would call me almost every day, and after a puff of his signature pipe, he would then say, "Young man, you need to visit so and so and so." He remembered every name when he was minister, and he guided me through that process. And the Prime Minister is correct in his tribute by indicating that Hugh Hart understood that tourism was more than arrivals and receipts. It was building human capital and enabling two key words to always resonate: trust and confidence. And that is what has driven my process throughout the period. And that's why, on the international scale, as UHAT did, Jamaica stands today tall and proud. So, to Hugh, my word, well done, thou good and faithful servant. To his family that survives him, Lorraine, Justin, Belinda, his children, his sister, Auntie Shirley Bailey, and the relatives and the friends, and we, the extended family. And indeed, the family of his late wife, Pamela Hart, who was Pamela Siaga, and the entire Siaga clan, and indeed, the other members of the Hart fraternity, Tony Hart, of blessed memory, and his family. They were cousins, yes. May they all find comfort in the great stewardship that Hugh Hart gave, the extent of his contribution to Jamaica and the world. He indeed added value. May his soul rest in peace and light perpetual shine on him. Thank you.
The member from Kingston, West Kingston, Minister Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You may be wondering why I'm on my feet to make a brief contribution to someone who myself and the member from Central St. Catherine has the distinct pleasure of knowing longer than everyone in this honorable house. Since the early 60s, when the late Edward Siaga became the Member of Parliament for West Kingston, UART was integrally involved in the establishment of what became the most powerful political organization in Jamaica. He was instrumental in establishing many of the programs in West Kingston, legal advice. In the first year, when the West Kingston constituency hosted the Christmas charity ball at the then Myrtle Bank Hotel in downtown Kingston, UART was the man that was responsible for having Miriam Makeba coming to Jamaica to perform at the Myrtle Bank Hotel for the West Kingston charity ball in 1965. There are many other such achievements, and I speak on behalf of the people of West Kingston because we benefited significantly from his expertise, especially as a lawyer. And there are persons in the constituency that gain employment in his law firm that presently still works in your office. Yes, right. Yes, so that was a part of the UART establishment. One of the most important things that we will remember UART for in West Kingston, we were the first political organization to establish a trust, the West Kingston Trust. And some of the assets of the West Kingston Trust is the Tivoli Gardens Community Center in West Kingston that was built out of the establishment of the West Kingston Trust. Our cultural program, our sporting program, legally established under the guidance of UART. and is someone that I remember for his kindness and the respect that he demonstrated, especially to the people of West Kingston. There was never a disappointing moment in our relationship with you, Art. And I am happy that I had the privilege as a young man in meeting you, Art, working with him. He was humble. Huh? Yes, I am speaking also for Minister Grange, for the member from Central St. Catherine. But we have lost an outstanding Jamaican. And I know the people of West Kingston will remember him for his kindness. And we also want to share in the expressions that has been raised by the Prime Minister and yourself and the member from East Central St. James. May his soul rest in peace. And we thank him for the service that he has given, not just to West Kingston, but to the wider Jamaica in general. Thank you.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, just to close the tributes on Hugh Hart, I will say there's a couple of things, Madam Speaker. When you go to Monroe College, Hugh Hart, one of the names that is bandied about to indicate what young men should ascribe to be and for aspire to be. And for some of you who do not know, at Monroe, he was quite the athlete. In fact, winning the Olivier Shield, winning the DeCosta Cup with Lindy Delapena, and winning champs for Monroe. Winning champs as well. He did multiple sports, and in fact, was inducted into, he did cricket, hockey, tennis, rifle, and was inducted into the Monroe College Hall of Fame in 2014. The members, Madam Speaker, have spoken about how well he did as Minister of Mining. As a part of his citation when he was inducted into the Hall of Fame, a story was read out that spoke of the fact that the alumina sector crashed during the 1980s. And Hugh, along with Prime Minister Siaga, led a delegation to the Oval Office where they met with President Ronald Reagan and persuaded the U.S. to buy 3.6 million tons of Jamaican bauxite, which moved the annual local production to 6.5 million tons. They also bartered grain for another 2 million tons. And to speak of his negotiating skills, he then bargained with the Soviet Union to provide ladders for bauxite and aluminum. And you know ladders became extremely popular. So his legacy, Madam Speaker, is beyond doubt. And no, I didn't, but yes, is beyond doubt. And I think the House has done a good thing in paying tribute to a tremendous son of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, we will now continue with the business of the House. I want to open the debate on the amendment to the Dairy Development Board, which is not intended to be long, but may I have the, thank you.
House Leader. Suspect, standing orders.
Oh, sorry. Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bill and to take it through as much stages as possible today.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to allow the minister to consider the bill and take it through as many stages as is possible today. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it, Minister.
Madam Speaker, The bill before this Honorable House is the Jamaica Dairy Development Board Amendment Act 2026. This Honorable House is advised that the Jamaica Dairy Development Board, a body corporate, was established by the Jamaica Dairy Development Board Act in 2009 for the purpose of promoting, fostering the development of the dairy sector, with particular emphasis on promoting local milk production and achieving efficiencies in the production and other trade in dairy products pursuant to Section 4 of the Act. The board functions in the formulation of policies for the dairy sector and monitoring the growth of the sector, regulating the trade in dairy products, advising the minister on matters of general policy related to the dairy sector, and mobilizing resources for and on behalf of the dairy sector. The Honourable House, I am sure, appreciates that the dairy industry is still very important to the people of Jamaica. The amendment is fairly basic, Madam Speaker. The term milk is defined by Section 2 of the Act as milk from cows. International trends have shown that milk is no longer confined to milk from cows or cattle. For example, in the United States of America and Canada, there have been increased contribution to their dairy products by way of milk from goat and sheep, small ruminants. Domestically, since 2018, the board has been invested in the development of the local small ruminant sector, which has seen a consistent increase in local milk production and byproducts like goat cheese annually. Under Section 18 of the Act, the board may, after consultation with persons involved in the dairy sector, impose a cess on the trade in dairy products. The imposition of the cess requires the approval of the minister by way of order, subject to such conditions, if any, as the minister thinks necessary. Dairy products is defined in Section 2 of the Act as, in relation to cows, means milk, cream, butter, cheese, condensed milk, evaporated milk, milk powder, dry milk, ice cream, malted milk, and any other product manufactured wholly or mainly from milk, and includes products that have more than 50% milk solids on a dry weight basis, excluding sugar. It is by virtue of Section 18 that the Jamaica Dairy Development Cess Order 2010, which is currently in force, was made and from which the board earns. Paragraph 3 of the order imposes a cess on the importation into Jamaica of a specified dairy product and a trade in fresh milk produced in Jamaica. Given the current definition of milk, a cess can only be imposed on milk products originated from cows. This creates a gap in the market, as a cess cannot be automatically applied to other milk sources or their byproducts. Consequently, given the board's continued investment and regulatory remit, it has become necessary to expand the definition of milk to bring small ruminants under the umbrella of the Act with a view to regularizing the sector and fully capture this emerging market. In relation to the clauses in the bill, again, very short bill. This clause 1, short title and construction, this clause provides the short title of the bill and stipulates that the bill is to be read and construed as one with the Principal Act, the Jamaica Dairy Development Board Act. Clause 2 is the amendment of Section 2 of the Principal Act. This clause intends to amend Section 2 of the Principal Act by deleting the definitions of dairy products, dairy sector, and milk, and substituting the following new definitions thereof. Dairy products, foods and beverages made from at least 5% of milk, whether in solid, liquid, or powdered form, from any animal, including ruminants, and including the products specified in the second schedule. Dairy sector, the activities concerning the primary production of milk from animals, including ruminants, as well as the breeding and genetics, feeding, or provision of nutrition, health, and management of such animals, and the secondary production and consumption of milk from animals, including ruminants, covering the manufacturing and processing of milk into dairy products, and the importation, exportation, transportation, marketing, and use of dairy products generally. Milk, the normal mammary secretion obtained from an animal, including a ruminant, without addition to or extraction from such secretion. Clause 3 is a repeal and replacement of Section 40 of the Principal Act, This clause intends to repeal Section 40 of the Principal Act with the marginal note, Minister may amend monetary penalties and replace same with a new Section 40 with a marginal note, power of Minister to amend monetary penalties and first and second schedules, which stipulates that the Minister may by order, subject to the affirmative resolution, amend any monetary penalty imposed by this Act or any regulations made on this Act, and B, amend the first and second schedules. Amendment Clause 4 deals with the amendment of the schedule to the Principal Act. This clause intends to amend the schedule to the Principal Act as follows: by renaming the schedule as the first schedule, by deleting paragraph 1, which deals with the constitution of the board, and substituting the same with the following. The members of the board shall be appointed by the minister and shall consist of a representative from the financial sector, an attorney at law with at least 5 years' experience, a representative of the dairy processors or traders industry, 2 representatives from the Jamaica Agricultural Society, livestock groups, a representative from the Veterinary Services Division, a representative from the Agricultural Education Institution, from an Agricultural Education Institution, a representative from the Ministry with the responsibility for industry, investment, and commerce, a representative of the Planning Institute of Jamaica, and a representative of the Ministry with responsibility for health. C, by deleting paragraph 2, which deals with tenure of office, the phrase, the appointed members shall be appointed by the minister, and replacing same with the appointment of every member of the board shall be evidenced. D, by deleting paragraph 4, which deals with reappointment, the words appointing member wherever they occur, and replacing them with the word member. E, by renumbering paragraph 5, which deals with the filling of vacancy as subparagraph 1 of the paragraph, and 2, inserting next after the renumbered subparagraph 1, the following as subparagraph 2. A vacancy in the membership of the board shall be filled in the same manner and subject to the same requirements as apply to an original appointment of a member. F, by deleting from paragraph 7, which deals with the grant of leave of absence, the words appointed member, and substituted thereof the word member. G, by deleting some paragraph 1 from paragraph 8, which deals with resignation of appointed member, and replacing same with the following. A member other than the chairman may at any time resign his office by instrument in writing addressed to the minister and transmitted through the chairman from the date of receipt by the minister of such instrument, that person shall cease to be a member. H, by inserting subparagraph 1 of paragraph 9, which deals with procedure and meetings, the words, and utilizing such modalities immediately after the words, and on such days. And I, by deleting subparagraph 6 from paragraph 12, which deals with appointment of committees, and replacing same with the following. The provisions of paragraph 13 shall apply to a member of a committee who is not a member of the board in like manner as they apply to the member of the board. Clause 5 is the amendment of the Principal Act by insertion of a second schedule. This clause intends to amend the Principal Act by inserting next after the first schedule a second schedule. This second schedule specifies products which are dairy products within the definition provided in section 2 as follows. Milk, whether in concentrated, dried, frozen, reconstituted, or fermented form. 2, partially skimmed milk, cream, buttermilk, whey, and whey cream, whether they're in concentrated, dried, frozen, or reconstituted form. Butter, butter oil, and whey butter. Milk solids, whey proteins, and milk proteins in concentrated form. Milk solids when used as an ingredient and including confectionaries, whether concentrated, dried, coated, or filled. Milkshakes, evaporated milk, condensed milk, probiotic milk, lactose-free milk, fluid milk products, ice cream, dairy-based cream, or food drinks containing milk, butter cookies, whipped cream, and yogurt. The memorandum of objects, the bill concludes with a memorandum of objects and reasons. So, Madam Speaker and members, what we're really doing is bringing this bill into the 21st century to ensure that we capture the definition of milk in the widest possible form and to do some cleaning up work of the provisions in relation to the board. I now commend the bill entitled the Jamaica Dairy Development Board Amendment Act 2026 to the House.
And from what I can see, contributing will be the member from Westmoreland Eastern and the member from St. James Central, West Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To amend the definition of milk in the Jamaica Dairy Development Board Act is not something that is controversial in and of itself. And we would have no reason not to support that. It's common sense amendment. However, in thinking through the matter, one would ask, how will this improve milk production, milk output? And a further examination of the data and coming to an answer for that question shows that Jamaica dairy sector operates at a significantly lower productivity level compared to global leaders. In Jamaica, approximately 7 to 8 liters of milk are produced per cow per day. And internationally, the top producers, Israel is 43 liters per day, US is 38 liters per day, Ireland is 30 plus, and Canada is 29 liters per day, which means that they are 4 to 6 times more productive than we are in Jamaica. And goats really only represent about 2% of the global milk supply, with about 2 to 3 liters per day. So we need to pursue a dual-track dairy strategy. One, where we modernize the cow-based dairy industry for higher yield and import substitution, and two, to scale growth production as a smallholder-friendly subsector that is more climate resilient. Madam Speaker, there are problems that Jamaica faces. One, we have low domestic milk production relative to the demand. We have high dependence on imported dairy products. We have vulnerability of livestock systems to climate variability, and we have underdeveloped value chains for both goat and cow milk. Therefore, productivity improvement have to be more transformative rather than incremental. What are the drivers that we would say that is causing our production to be that low? First among them is climate. The increase in the temperature in a tropical country leads to heat stress and decreased milk yields. And the seasonal drought make it inconsistent for food availability. 2, genetic limitations. And this is probably something that it will require more intervention from government at a policy level to deal with genetics. In Jamaica, sorry, we have more adapted for survival than for production. And as of such, the different breeds can tolerate the heat, but they do not produce as much as breeds in other jurisdictions. The feeding system, and in relation to this, in Jamaica they are mostly grass-fed with limited concentrate, whilst globally there is precision feeding with higher energy diets involving grains and supplements. And then you have, Madam Speaker, farm structure and technology. In Jamaica, where there is limited mechanization and milking systems versus globally we have automated milking systems with data-driven herd management. The next reason is institutional weakness, especially in relation to extension services. Most rural MPs here will tell you that the extension services from RADA are limited. We would clearly want to increase that capacity so that you could have more extension officers actually going into the fields to attend to the needs of the farmers. Then there is market and policy constraint, where we have competition from imported powdered milk, limited incentives for scaling local production, and weak aggregation and processing systems. So when we think of goats, therefore, we have to think of a more strategic importance of goats to the industry, because they are more climate resilient, they are less capital intensive, and they are suitable for hilly and drought-prone areas. The policy, therefore, Madam Speaker, should be to increase our national milk production by at least 50% within the next 5 years, to decrease our import dependency, to build climate-resilient livestock systems, to strengthen rural livelihoods and agro-businesses. And therefore, there are some recommendations, some that are cattle-focused and some that are goat-focused and then general. In relation to cattle-focused, there needs to be an expansion of artificial insemination programs for higher yield breeds. There needs to be introduction of climate-smart housing, cooling and shading system. Remember from Central, St. Mary and myself visited the True Juice farm in St. Catherine, in the constituency of Northwest St. Catherine. And they have developed a quite elaborate cooling system, which I think already they are seeing increased yield based on that. And so that needs to be promoted, and more persons need to adopt to that form of housing. 3, promote silage and feed storage systems. And 4, incentivize medium-scale dairy farms. In relation to the goat sector, there is to be establishment of a national goat dairy program to support breeding programs for improved dairy goats, to develop goat milk processing facilities, to promote value-added products, whether it's cheese, yogurts, or cosmetics. Strengthening of the extension and training, as I mentioned earlier with the extension officers from RADA, and the training of farmers so that they can understand feed optimization, herd health management, and climate-smart agriculture. And financing, low-interest credit for dairy infrastructure, for cold storage and processing, and to encourage public-private partnership and the possibility of tax incentives for dairy investment. 5th, market and value chain development. You want to strengthen milk collection systems, to expand cold chain logistics, to promote Buy Jamaica Dairy campaign, and support the small businesses that operate within the sector. In conversations with one of the dairy producers, he explained to me that there are about 4 producers outside of the big corporations. There are about 4 in Clarendon and 2 in St. Elizabeth. And outside of that, there isn't much participation in the sector otherwise. So, Madam Speaker, to amend the definition, or Mr. Speaker, to amend the definition of milk so that by amending the Dairy Board Act, is not an issue that is controversial, but there might be need for an act to address small ruminants by themselves, or a livestock development act. We saw today in the news where one of the major producers of patties is increasing the cost by about $20, I believe, the article said. Imported beef trimmings for the patty sector is at about 2.3 million kgs, and with the average carcass at about 350 kg, that is about 6,570 animals. And they feed them on a ratio of roughly 1 per acre. So you're talking about, if you were to satisfy that demand locally, you'll be putting 6,570 acres on the production. So Jamaica dairy sector sits at a critical transition point, while global dairy systems demonstrate what is possible with high investment and technology. Jamaica's comparative advantage lies in building a hybrid system, combining efficient cow-based production for scale and resilient goat-based system for inclusivity and sustainability. The production gap is structural and not just biological. And therefore, closing the gap means improving genetics, better in the feeding systems, incorporating technology, and being climate sensitive, climate smart. A well-coordinated approach can transform dairy into a pillar of food security, rural development, and economic resilience. Thank you.
Member from West Central St. James.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please turn the mic on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, entitled An Act to Amend the Jamaica Dairy Development Board Act, expand the definition of milk in keeping with international standards and provide for connected matters, is simple and straightforward. Among the two objects is the specification of the composition of the Jamaica Dairy Development Board to accord with the legal requirements of the nomination, selection, and appointment of boards of public bodies. The minister indicated that he is bringing the bill up into the 21st century. I note that clause 4, paragraph G, which provides for the resignation of a member other than the chairman, reflects the older provision in Jamaican law. And we have had issues as to when resignation takes effect, when it is specified that it does so on the date the minister receives the resignation. And so the newer formulation calls for a specifying of the effective date of resignation. Based on that, I should like to propose a slight amendment for improvement to enable the bill to achieve the goal. So at clause 4, paragraph G, I propose for the minister's consideration and the House deletion of the words from to member and replacing those words with such resignation shall take effect from the effective date specified in the instrument. So the provision would read fully, a member other than the chairman may at any time resign his office by instrument in writing, addressed to the minister and transmitted through the chairman, and such resignation shall take effect from the effective date specified in the instrument. I commend it for consideration. That is the extent of my presentation.
Member from St. Catherine Northwestern, sorry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I will be short after the spokesperson on agriculture was so fulsome. I understand that he consulted with the member from Western Kingston. And he was an expert in dairy himself. I am sure the farmers are pleased, especially in the small ruminant sector, to have goats now being fully considered and fully catered to under this particular dairy concept. And this is important because it adds a value producer that can allow for higher profits, but also more affordable meats coming from the goat farming sector in particular. As you would have indicated, and the member from Western, where you come from, Eastern Westmoreland, that of course the types of animal now have to come full force into the conversation, because the genetics, especially the milk producing genetics, and in the case of Jamaica, the dual milk meat producing genetics is going to be of high importance for us to consider to get distributed to the farmers who initially were meat producers in the main and not necessarily milk producers. There is also a need for an immediate understanding of the risk associated with liquid protein, i.e. milk. Liquid protein and egg are chief facilitators of foodborne illnesses, and there must be strict definition of how it should be harvested, how it should be treated, and how it should be distributed. The negatives of it can be extensive if we are not careful about how they are to be treated. Additionally, in Indian countries like India, Prime Minister, there is a whole micro dairy system that exists. Indeed, over 80 million households in India have less than 5 cows for dairy, and they contribute up to 60% of the dairy milk production in India. There is a serious opportunity, especially for female-led households, for us to have a micro dairy industry. And I speak for Northwest St. Catherine, who is in proximity to both True Juice and Surge Island, in about 10 minutes distance, that those entities, that area can be promoted for micro dairy farming that could immediately increase the level of farming, of dairy production that we have. I also speak to building fodder banks. There is a whole heap of land available unutilized. And one of the reasons that you have highlighted the low yield is because they're not getting adequate nutrition. The farmers would know that there is a period of time that the grass is at its highest nutrition level. And so if you don't catch it at that period, you're getting more fiber than protein. So therefore, after the 8th week, the animal consuming what we call old grass is getting a belly full of fiber, but no protein, crude protein, that then contributes to the milk production. And so therefore, I believe that the Dairy Board could consider multiple fodder banks that they then harvest, maybe even dry it to make hay and distribute at a reasonable cost for persons to consume. And this is something too for the local government ministry, having written such an excellent presentation for my colleague, to consider because there is a nuisance within local government for lands that are not being maintained that could offer those lands for fodder bank usage to have every 8 weeks we produce, sell the grass and have both the farmers benefit for cheap grass and the property being maintained to reduce risk, especially for criminal participation and criminal facilitation. The final thing I want to say, Minister, is the importance of understanding agro-processing as a central contributor to animal rearing and dairy production. Why agro-processing is important? Because it gives affordable feed to the animals. For example, sugar gives us molasses, which is an important input for the animals. Orange gives us the orange pulp, which is an important input to the animals. Flour mills give us wheat melding and corn offal, which is an important input. The beer producing give us beer wraps, or what we call spent grain. All of those things are affordable inputs that leads to production improvements in both milk production and meat production. But they're unavailable in the main because of the reduced agro-processing entities that exist. If we are to expand animal production, it is going to be essential that we expand agro-processing so that what we call now the fourth quarters, the fifth quarters they call it, the areas of the production that are really not central to the outcomes become available for cheap purchase for the farmers. So if we can get sugar back up to a certain level, then the molasses become available. What we have found since one of the major entities in orange and citrus have gone into their own farming of dairy, there's no availability of the citrus pulp for the farmers anymore. What we have also seen is that with the flour mills also having some connections, we're not seeing the availability. So the food processing, in particular, agro-processing, is going to be, the demand for that drives the availability of feed that can then eventually lead. So sometimes the narrow definition of impact and influence may not cause for the dairy board to see the value in assisting a citrus producer. But in assisting a citrus producer, you create that feed that is necessary. And so therefore, I want you to seriously consider that there needs to be a investment in agro-processing that would then lead to adequate feed for the animal growing and also the results of animal growing, the dairy industry. So please do not pigeonhole the impact and investment into direct cow when there are many other things that can lead to great cow performance. With that, I thank you, Minister. And
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank...
Sorry, Minister. Member from West Portland, East Portland, sorry.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to seek some assistance in relation to this. So as I am supporting wholeheartedly everything that is here, but just need clarity on two particular things. But my first concern is the member from Northwest St. Catherine is so excited about milk. I thought Rasta don't mix up in Bangarang, but I will seek guidance elsewhere on that point. But but you know, Minister, nor do I, Mr. Prime Minister. I don't know if the all right, let me start. In relation to the definition for milk, my question is in light of keeping with the international standards and all of that, if we have contemplated any confusion that might come for products that are now not meeting this definition. That is something that can be addressed, and it doesn't affect the definition or the legislation as it relates to dairy. I understand that. Lastly, in relation to the minister's power to amend the schedule, I'm just asking in terms of the implications for whey protein, if it affects the cost for importation internationally, especially where whey protein with dairy products is important for cancer patients and as well as athletes. So I see it in the schedule, and it pop out at me, and perhaps if you could just address that, it may ease the concern that I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, members, and I really appreciate the contributions. What I will have to do in responding is to signal to the dairy industry that this part of the sectorial is going to be given now, right? So that you will not look for it to come again in the sectorial. Because a number of points raised by the opposition spokesperson on agriculture are in fact things that are being implemented by the government. And you have really highlighted some of the real challenges that have faced the dairy industry. It's good to reflect on history, even with the last intervention by the member from East Portland. You know, there was a time that we had a very robust dairy industry. In fact, we were at about 40 million liters that we were producing in the 80s to early 90s. But, you know, I'm sure there may be conversations, but definitely importation policies that were followed in relation to substitutes for dairy really brought a screeching halt to our dairy sector. And as such, the Dairy Development Board was brought about in 2009 to try and lead the resurgence of our dairy industry, especially as we recognize that the world had started to move away from substitutes and to go back to fresh and for things that are not necessarily reconstituted. So the challenges that have beset us for the last 20 years, especially for the period that we weren't paying a lot of attention to our dairy industry, are, as has been highlighted, poor productive levels in relation to our dairy cows. To say that, the reality is that Jamaica developed a breed of dairy cattle, which is world-renowned for its ability to produce under the most challenging circumstances in terms of heat. A lot of dairy cattle, a lot of dairy breeds across the world cannot treat with the tropical climate. So the Jamaica Hope was a step above the rest when it was formulated. But the Jamaica Hope was formulated in the 1950s, right? So what happened, quite frankly, is that our genetic work never kept up pace with the changing climate. We are changing that. So about 2 years ago, we started a Jamaica Hope redevelopment team that is now housed at Bodles, and what we looked to do was to take out the best genetics from the Jamaica Hope line to look at the production numbers. Unfortunately, what had happened, because there wasn't that consistent selection process, inbreeding was happening and the line was being really driven down. But now we are seeing some productive returns. There also is a drive to ensure that what we call cow comfort is taken into account in the design of the modern dairy. So to ensure that the cows are cool, as you would have seen, True Juice has followed that model. And what the ministry has been doing through the Jamaica Dairy Development Board is for our smallholder cattle farmers who are less able to follow that model, because as you know, they have their dairy cattle out in the field and they don't have the sort of infrastructure we've been doing communal infrastructure. So we've started in St. Thomas, we're doing in St. Anne, where we're doing communal parlors, right, with the sort of trappings that makes the cows a lot more comfortable. Additionally, we have a dairy equipment lease program, because one of the challenges that the farmers have is that they don't have the equipment, right? A lot of them, especially smallholder farmers, are doing hand milking. We have now provided mobile milkers to them, and we are renting things like harvesters, things that they need to do proper fodder production, and that has been going extremely well. And we are seeing increased productivity, led by True Juice, but we are also seeing increased productivity at Sectoral, which we're very happy for. They have gone through a difficult time, and then we're now seeing increased productivity in the smallholder farmers. Additionally, to support that, we are bringing in this year some new breeds of cattle. When I say new, I mean breeds that we don't have in significant supply. We're looking to import 200 Jersey that will go into our program, because as you know, the Jamaica Hope was a cross of multiple breeds, right? And we have to do some of that work again to get back our production numbers up. So we already have a program in the budget this year to bring in 200 heat-tolerant, highly productive cows. We are strengthening the extension services and fodder production. Both members spoke about that. So for persons listening, if you are interested in setting up fodder banks, the Jamaica Dairy Development Board has a program for you. We will come and set that up for you. We will in fact provide you with the seeds, the grass. We have done a lot of research work over the last 3 years around protein content of grass. What is the best grass for what time? We actually have a private sector company called Fans that we brought them in, and they literally can come to your pasture, do the analysis on spot, and tell you what do you need to plant more of to ensure that you're getting the right nutritional regime. We are strengthening our extension services program. We have been on the artificial insemination journey. In fact, over the last 4 years, we've done 3,000 cows. And PM, you have to come and visit Minard, because I must tell you, Minard is a big success story. Minard had gone through a very difficult time, but we, brought in the AIC, who operates Minard, and really read them the right act, and they pulled it together. And now they have been the leader in artificial insemination. And now we're seeing the fruits of that labor. And I'm telling you, the cows are looking extremely good. And I want to thank the private sector companies, Nutramix, who has been helping us in a big way in relation to that artificial insemination program. Additionally, we have started a national goat dairy program. Started it in 2023. That's one of the initiatives that I have brought to the ministry. And again, it's keeping with listening to the farmers. As the member from St. Catherine Northwestern said, it's about giving another avenue. And as you rightly highlighted, member from Eastern Westmoreland, in terms of the amount of land space needed to significantly increase your cattle population, you have a better chance with goats. So what have we done? We've already imported 100 goat milk breeds, including the Seine, which is the most widely popular as a milking goat, and the Alpine. We've brought those in. We've had the Nubian for a while. The Nubian can do both, right? And now that we've brought in those 100 goats and we've had them at Bodles, now they are acclimatized. So we're going to start the program now of distributing those. I'll leave that one for the sectoral. But we're going to start that program up. the Kiko is also there. But the Kiko is a good meat goat. Outside of that, let me see if there's any other area. We are doing some grant programs. We used to have a robust program through the PC Bank, funded by the Jamaica Dairy Development Board. It had some challenges, right? Years before this administration. Trying to get that back up and running with some of the capacity that we will get now. In relation to the questions from the member from West Portland, we don't think there will be much East Portland. We don't think there will be much confusion. in relation to this new definition of milk. It's very, very clear. I know what you're asking, and I thought you were going to ask another way, whether we should go further, right? But it's something that we are contemplating. I'll leave it at that for now, because there are a lot of things that call themselves milk in the market. There must be a reason why they call themselves milk. There must be a competitive advantage that they get from calling themselves milk. And they, right now, they avoid any of this. So we're not there yet, because it has to take some consultation. We're not there yet. And no, there won't be any significant increase in cost, right? There won't be any significant increase in cost. I agree in relation to agro-processing. We are focusing on hay. You raised that. We actually bought a hay baler, and we're doing some work at Bodles, and we're actually renting out the baler so that people can do their own hay. Very, very important, especially with the change in climate. And just to say, over the last year, we have developed 258 hectares of pasture, 122 hectares of fodder as a part of our program. So I agree with the members. I'm very happy to hear the widespread support. Mr. Speaker, on that basis, I think we can quickly go to committee. There's one amendment which we agree with. The member from St. James West Central has outlined a more modern shaping of a provision that achieves the same goal, but definitely is a lot clearer on the effective date of resignation, which we and the team believes is a step in the right direction. So if we could go into committee, and then I'm going to move for the second reading of the bill, and then we could go to committee, and we would put all the clauses up to 4G, make the amendment, and then put the rest. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is that the bill be read at a second time. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Jamaica Dairy Development Board Act, expand the definition of milk in keeping with international standards, and to provide for connected matters, read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
Chair, I put the enactment and clause 1 to 4F. All right. Mr. Speaker, Chairman, I put clause 1.
You could have gone 1 to 3.
I put clause 1 to 3.
Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it.
In clause 4, we are going to amend clause 4G by delete the words from the date of receipt by the minister of such instrument that such person shall cease to be a member, and substitute therefore the words such resignation shall take effect from the date specified in the instrument. From the effective date specified. Yes, I'll just read it again. So we will delete the words from the date of receipt by the minister of such instrument that person shall cease to be a member, and substitute thereof the words such resignation shall take effect from the effective date specified in the instrument.
So we put the amendment.
Those in favor?
Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it.
I now ask to put clause 4 as amended.
The request is that clause 4 as amended. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it.
I now ask to put clause 5.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against, ayes have it.
I ask to put the first and second. Come to the schedules. Yeah, I put clause 5 already. So I put the title and an acting clause.
Those in favor? Those against, ayes have it.
That's it.
The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with one amendment. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with one amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Jamaica Dairy Development Board Act, expand the definition of milk in keeping with international standards, and to provide for connected matters read a third time and passed.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it is not intended to do any further business today. We have suspended the sectoral debates to continue next week, Tuesday, at which point I think we will hear from the Minister of Labour. Is not you? The Minister of Health. Yes, the Minister of Health, Dr. Christopher Tufton, and the member from East Westmoreland I have seen on the schedule. Next week, and West St. Andrew. We will meet 2 times next week. We will sit on Tuesday and Wednesday, so I'm advising members of the House on Wednesday. For those of you who have rural constituencies, I need not say anymore. We ask that the House be adjourned for a date to be fixed.
The request is that the House be adjourned until next week, Tuesday, the 12th of May, 2026. Those in favor? Those against? This House now stand adjourned.
you